Well, it's 5:30 and I think we definitely have a quorum, so I'm going to call to order this meeting of the Madison Plan Commission for Monday, December 1st, 2025. And we'll start with the roll call. Director Tuttle.
All right, thank you. Good evening. Alder Field?
Here.
Alder Glenn?
Here.
Alder Ugair?
Here.
Commissioner Bazine is excused. Commissioner Heck?
Here.
Commissioner McCahill?
Here.
Commissioner Sanders?
Here.
Commissioner Solheim?
Here.
Alternate Wisniewski? School District Rep Chiek?
Here.
And Chair Gnam?
Here. Thank you. We will, Commissioner Wisniewski, you'll be a voting member of the panel tonight in Anjali's absence. So, all right. We'll start with technical information from our technical facilitator, Jesse Poole.
All right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Panelists, use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the committee, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Jesse. Our first agenda item is public comment, which is time for public comment regarding items not on our formal Plan Commission agenda for tonight. Megan, do we have registrants for this item tonight?
We have no registrants wishing to speak this evening. We do have Lauren Searing, who was registered in opposition, not wishing to speak. Lauren's comments have been posted under this item and also cross-posted under item 10, since that's what they concern.
Great. All right. And then there's a couple, as usual, sometimes we get general emails to the Plan Commission, so there are a couple of written comments for the Commission in the Legistar link to this item. If you haven't had a chance to read those, make sure you get it. Make sure you check them out. Now we'll go to disclosures and recusals. Members of the Plan Commission should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Do any commissioners have disclosures or recusals related to tonight's agenda? I wanted to disclose that with respect to item 3, which relates to the transit-oriented development overlay district, that I'm right now sitting in a transit-oriented overlay district in the Hill Farms Historical Association, which is part of one of the suggested amendments on the agenda, and that's not going to affect anything else that happens tonight, but I thought it'd be helpful for folks to know that, so I wanted to disclose that. We will then move to the minutes of our last meeting on November 17th. Are there any comments or additions, corrections to last meeting's minutes? All right, seeing none, is there a motion and a second to approve the November 17th meeting minutes? Alder Ugair, thank you. Commissioner Solheim, thank you for the second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Wisniewski.
I will abstain since I wasn't present.
Noted, thank you. Other than that, is there any objection to unanimous approval other than Commissioner Wisniewski? Is there any objection to unanimous approval for the minutes from November 17th? Great, we will record those as approved. Our schedule of meetings, our next 2 meetings, the next one is 2 weeks from tonight, Monday, December 15th at 5:30 virtually, and then the next meeting after that will be Monday, January 12th, also at 5:30 virtually. So we'll do that. All right, we will move on to new business. We'll start as usual with the consent agenda. It's the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which staff members believe an application has been sufficiently reviewed to support approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by the various city departments, and where the applicant accepts all those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item. We only have consent items for approval tonight, and sometimes we also use consent for referrals, but we don't have those tonight. The items for consent are proposed for consent tonight are on our agenda item 2 and item 10. And those are the only consent items. Are there any requests for separation from the commission for either of these two items proposed for consent? If not, I will read those items into the record, and we will go take care of the public hearing on those two items. Item 2 is Legistar 90702, authorizing the city's participation in the preparation of a cooperative plan between the cities of Madison and Middleton, villages of DeForest and Wanakee, and the town of Westport, pursuant to Wisconsin statutes section 66.0307. Item 10 is Legistar 90124, relating to property at 116 through 124 East Gorham Street in Alder District 2. And this is consideration of a conditional use in the downtown residential 1 DR1 district for a multifamily dwelling with 13 to 24 units, and consideration of a conditional use in the DR1 district for a residential building complex that will contain a relocated carriage house with 4 dwelling units, the 4-story 18-unit apartment building, and an existing 2-story 7-unit apartment building. So I will open the public hearing and close the public hearing on our consent items, and we'll move to a vote. Is there a motion and a second on our consent items for tonight? Commissioner Solheim, thank you. Alder Guerre, thank you for the second on those. Is there any objection to unanimous approval for our consent agenda? Seeing none, those two items will be approved. All right, and we will dig into our regular agenda. We have a lot of items tonight, but they are kind of bunched together. And so this first the first group of items are on our agenda as items 3 through 8, relating to zoning map and ordinance amendments to implement adopted plans. And so I think, Megan, would I read all of those into the record and then start the staff presentation, or would we want to?
We'll take each one separately. So if the commission would entertain, Planner Punt has a presentation that he'll give on all of those items, and then we can read each one into the record and do the hearings individually.
That sounds perfect. Thanks. Welcome, Colin. If you'll walk us through the next few items, that would be great.
Thank you, Chair. I will do that. I'm going to share a presentation for everyone. All right, here it is. So again, thank you, Chair. I am going to do a presentation on the proposed ordinances for items 3 through 8. And then the commission, as you mentioned, can take them up individually. So these are a number of ordinances that are intended to implement the city's housing forward plan. And you can see at the bottom the specific ordinances that are addressing the strategy to increase housing choice. We're pursuing code and process changes to support the missing middle housing. We're trying to simplify zoning standards for infill housing. And we're looking for ways to make lot division and subdivision process simpler to create more new lots and more new homes within the city. So the first of these are a group of changes to the transit-oriented development overlay district. The first one would enable 3 and 4 unit buildings in all residentially zoned areas. This would expand the ability to construct buildings up to 4 units. At the time, 2-unit buildings are allowed as a permitted use in all residential zoning districts in the TOD. This would extend that to 3 and 4 units. It would be relevant to existing residentially zoned areas to the west, north, east, and south parts of Madison along those transit-oriented development overlay districts. And then, as always with any zoning changes, redevelopment would be up to the property owner to initiate. This change would not require or prompt redevelopment on any specific parcel. So the map that you have before you shows the TOD overlay district in that light tan, and then the darker orange shows the properties that would be within the residentially zoned districts that would be affected by this change. So you can see, again, areas on the north side, to the east, south side, and along the west side as well. Another change to the transit-oriented development overlay district that's before the commission now is updates standards for drive-through facilities. Right now in the TOD overlay, drive-throughs are allowed as a conditional use if they are within or under a second story of a building, and that second story has to extend over the entire drive-through and also take up 75% of the first floor footprint. This potential change would mean that future drive-through facilities in the TOD could only be in or on buildings that are at least 3 stories tall and buildings that cover at least 60% of the lot area. Existing drive-throughs within the TOD overlay would not be impacted. So actually, I'll go back here. This is an existing building at the corner of Cottage Grove Road and Monona Drive. This is a drive-through that I believe serves 2 different businesses within a 5-story building. On the left is a building along Williamson Street that serves a pharmacy. Again, this is on a 5-story building. And then on the right is a building on East Washington Avenue with a drive-through that is enclosed entirely within the building. So all 3 of these types of drive-throughs would be allowed under the change to the TOD overlay district. Also within TOD would be a change to limit certain auto-centric land uses. So this change would prohibit new standalone surface parking lots, new car washes, and new auto sales and rental businesses. Now, again, existing facilities and uses would not be impacted, but this would just apply to new auto-oriented facilities like this. I do want to note that standalone surface parking lots would be a private parking lot on an individual parcel that's not associated with another use on that parcel. But a parking lot that is accessory to a building or use on a parcel that does meet the zoning standards for lot layout and design would still be allowed. We also have before the commission several changes to zoning designations within the TOD overlay. So this would affect the underlying zoning districts. And the purpose behind this is to encourage additional mixed-use development, including housing, and to implement the recommendations of our adopted plans and benefit from and support the high-frequency transit in the TOD overlay area. So the first of these is what we call Area 1 in the staff report to the Plan Commission. This is a rezone to regional mixed use as recommended in the West Area Plan. This includes the triangle bounded by University Avenue, Whitney Way, and Old Middleton Road, as well as the Red Cross site on Sheboygan Avenue. As you can see here, the triangle and the Red Cross site immediately adjacent to the Hill Farms State Office Building. Area 2A is also a rezone to regional mixed use as recommended in the West Area Plan. You will see on the agenda that this is a substitute before the commission. There was a misaddressed parcel in the original amendment. So nothing has changed except the clarification of the appropriate address for one of those parcels. And so you see Mineral Point Road at the top, Gammon Road on the left, and the area to be rezoned to RMX within the boundary. Area 2B, also along Mineral Point Road, is on the northern edge of the University Research Park, also proposed to be rezoned to RMX as recommended in the West Area Plan. So you can see that here, Rose Road here, the True Stage, Garner Park, and then the property to be rezoned. The third area is proposed rezoning to Community Corridor Transitional, CCT, which is recommended in the Northeast Area Plan. This is the frontage along Lean Road in front of the shopping center that includes the Target. So that would include these parcels just on the south side of Lean Road. And then the final area, Area 4, is rezoning to Commercial Corridor Transitional from a lower density residential district, again, as recommended in the Northeast Area Plan. This is the church at the corner of Lexington and East Washington Avenue. Finally, one more zoning text change. This is the introduction of cottage courts as a new permitted housing type. Cottage courts are the collection of small single-family homes oriented around a common open space and can be developed either on a single larger lot or on smaller fee simple lots under a land division. Could also be developed as developed and sold as condominiums. The text amendment as proposed limits this to 8 homes within a cottage court, and each of those homes would be limited to a footprint of 1,000 square feet. The cottage courts may include a shared parking area, whether surface parking or structured parking, but would not allow individual garages or driveways that you would see on say, a cul-de-sac. The zoning text is drafted to allow various arrangements of houses around that central open space, as well as allowing flexible ownership options. As I noted before, condominium, fee simple ownership, or the development of a cottage court by a single entity, and then those homes could be rented as well. This particular package of ordinances has made its way through a number of review steps. There was a community informational meeting earlier in November. The Housing Policy Committee and the Transportation Commission have both reviewed and made recommendations on some or all of the the ordinances that are before the Plan Commission. The Plan Commission is the lead body on these ordinances and will make a recommendation to the Common Council, which is scheduled to review these later this month. With that, I can pause and we can have any discussions and staff can answer any questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thanks,
Chair, I'll just add one quick note. As Colin mentioned, these ordinances have been before the Housing Policy Committee and the Transportation Commission. The Housing Policy Committee recommended your recommendation of approval to the Common Council on all of the ordinances that you will see tonight, as well as a number of amendments that we'll talk about when we get to the additional items. We can give you more specific updates about those when we get there. And as far as the Transportation Commission, they reviewed just the text for the TOD changes, so not the maps associated with that. And again, recommended your recommendation of approval. Again, recommended one of two amendments that you'll see tonight. So we can talk about those specifics as we get there.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks, Colin. I think we'll start with item 3 on our agenda, which is Legistar 90552. Amending sections of Chapter 28 of the Madison General Ordinances related to housing and auto-oriented uses in the Transit-Oriented Development Overlay District. We had our overview. I think we'll just go right to the public hearing. And we do have registrants, and we'll, as we call on the registrants, we'll remind everyone that each registrant will have 3 minutes to speak. I'll try to interrupt briefly to give you a warning when you're close to the time limit. And Director Tuttle, if you'll walk us through the list, that would be great.
Okay. We have one registrant wishing to speak on this item tonight, Joseph Robert Keys of District 11, registered in opposition and wishing to speak.
All right, I think your mic is unmuted. Joe,
Okay.
welcome.
Can you hear me then?
Yes, yep.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak today. I am opposed to the part of the proposed transit-oriented development overlay district ordinance, Legistar File 90552, allowing 4 dwelling units to be permitted in the National Historic Districts like the one that exists in University Hill Farms neighborhood. The change in zoning to allow 4-unit buildings on residential parcels will negate the National Historic District. The National Historic District allows homeowners access to state tax credits, which help to pay for the home's rehabilitation expenses. I have used this credit to help pay for a furnace, roof, and garage door. This credit helps retired homeowners stay in their homes and age in place. The ability of homeowners to age in place was a goal of the University Hill Farms neighborhood plan adopted in 2016, referred to page 70 factors influence future of land use map aging in place. Even though this plan has been archived, the goal of aging in place is still paramount. I respectfully submit my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Okay. The other registrant on this item is Nicholas Davies of District 15, registered in support and not wishing to speak.
All right. Do commissioners have questions for either of the registrants on item 3? All right. Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing on this item and ask the same question if there are questions from the commission for staff. Megan, go ahead.
Would you like us to tee up the amendments that go along with this, or go into? Okay, let's. I think Colin has those in his slides. If you'd like him to go back to that.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful since there has been discussion and other related meetings on this. I think it would be good to tee up for the commissioners what potential amendments have been proposed, and then as we take up as we get closer to making a motion, we can consider what kind of motion we might like to make and whether it would include an amendment or whether we would start with a base motion and then add. So yes, Colin, go ahead. But you're muted still. You gotta, yeah.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So there are a couple of possible amendments to legislative item 90552. So first of all, regarding the 3 and 4 units, residential buildings as being permitted uses in all residential districts, a request by Alder Tischler is that in the University Hill Farms National Register Historic District, within those residential districts that would allow 3 and 4 unit buildings in TOD as permitted uses, those 3 and 4 unit buildings would be reviewed as conditional uses. The rationale provided to staff was that this would provide more oversight of those changes within the University Hill Farms National Register Historic District. And the amendment would add text and a map to the TOD overlay to identify the areas in which those residential uses require conditional use review instead of allowing them as permitted uses. So this is the approximate boundary of the Hill Farms National Historic District. It's not the exact, but it's in that area. And then the yellow boundary shown here would be where the 3 and 4 unit buildings would be conditional uses instead of permitted uses. So just for reference, Regent Street is right here. Whitney Way goes up and down on the page, and then left to right at the bottom is Mineral Point Road.
And if I'll just note that today a PDF map that's probably a little bit easier to read than this was posted as the item 7 on Legistar under 90552, if anybody would like to look at that.
There are additional possible amendments to 90552. The second one would allow auto rental within the TOD overlay district. As I mentioned earlier, the ordinance as it stands right now would prohibit auto rental and auto sales within the overlay district. This request by Alders Ohowitz and Figueroa Cole would allow auto rental within the TOD overlay while still prohibiting the auto sales. The rationale provided to staff would be that it allows that allowing auto rental in close proximity to quality transit services supports car light living in situations where people do indeed need vehicles. So this amendment would separate auto sales and rental into 2 uses, one for auto sales and one for rental. And this change would be applicable to all zoning district use tables throughout the code. And then within the proposed prohibited principal uses, auto sales and rental would just be limited to auto sales. And I can stop on that one, and I can answer any questions that the commission may have.
Oh, I had muted. Commissioner Wisniewski, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Colin, can you remind me, is the Hill Farms, I know that the Hill Farms district is a National Register district. Is it a local historic district, which would then have to go before Landmarks Commission for any changes?
No, the Hill Farms is only a National Register district, not a local district. And I will note that Preservation Planner Heather Bailey is also on the meeting as well, in case there are specific questions regarding the historic districts.
Alder Yeager.
Thank you, Chair. Colin, I think you've partially answered this. I was not on the council at the time, but I did listen to the discussion on the original approval of the TOD zoning overlay. And I do remember that the aspect of how it would affect the historic district was extensively debated. I was just wondering if you could recall any aspects of that, because I believe we did go ahead and did approve that at least with regard to duplexes, that those were approved notwithstanding the historical district and not requiring a conditional use permit for those. Could you just, or someone who was involved at that time, just update us on the nature of the discussion back on the original approval?
Yeah, I can confirm that yes, there was a large amount of discussion by the Plan Commission and alders regarding the exact districts or the exact boundary of the district that was ultimately landed upon. There were discussions about the inclusion of the National Register districts, the inclusion of the local historic districts as well, whether those should be in or out, other adjustments to the overlay district boundary as well. It was ultimately determined by the elected and appointed officials that were making those decisions to include both the National Register districts and the local historic districts in the overlay district boundary. So that is the, where we ended up. But there was quite a bit of discussion about that specific point.
And then with regard to the concern about whether this change would illegitimize the ability of current residents to access the federal subsidies, if we can call it that, for improvements, would this affect their ability to obtain those?
I think Heather Bailey might be the appropriate staff person to answer that one.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Heather Bailey, Preservation Planner for the city, she, her. In terms of National Register status, changes in use do not affect a National Register historic designation. The preservation tax credits, the standards set up for the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, are about rehabbing historic buildings for new and ongoing uses. So the changes of use don't impact the historic designation. The standards that are there are for how these properties evolve and change. So would it remove the historic designation? No. Preservation tax credits would still be eligible for these properties.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thanks all to you, Gare. Alder Tischler, welcome.
Yeah, I can let Alder Field go first. He's on the commission.
Sure. Alder Field.
Sure. Thank you, Chair and Alder. I have a clarifying question about parking facilities, and I'm wondering if staff can clarify if the new limits would just apply to standalone surface parking or other forms of surface parking as well.
So the new prohibition would be standalone private parking facilities. So a new building could still have an accessory parking lot that met the standards of the site standards of TOD and the underlying zoning district, but a new standalone private lot could not be constructed or used. This would not prohibit public parking lots. So a park and ride, for instance, would still be an allowed use within the TOD.
Thank you. That answers that question. And then just more generally and at a higher level, I'm wondering if staff have been discussing, as part of this change to TOD regulations, how they interact with the underlying comprehensive plan recommendations for L1 where those still live in the TOD. It seems like we're through this overlay, bringing the zoning code ahead of the actual districts that apply. And I know that that's some of what we're getting at with proactive rezoning or other shifts in the area plan updates. But yeah, any other kind of intention setting or planning you could share around that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Megan, would you like to answer that?
Sure, I can talk about that a bit. I think if I'm understanding the question you're asking, Alder, in the sort of lower intensity future land use areas, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Megan.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question. And ultimately, while our future land use categories describe the sort of range of housing types that we would anticipate within the future land use categories, including in the low residential. We also have policies within our section of the comp plan that talk about housing choice and complete neighborhoods, that talk about the incorporation of a range of missing middle housing types that could be appropriate at the scale and intensity of residential neighborhoods. So this does help us move the needle in terms of providing housing choice and housing variety within the TOD overlay itself, according to its purpose. Which is to help support additional homes in close proximity to high frequency transit, which is also one of our comprehensive plan policies, and does mean that the LR is evolving a bit in terms of the mix of housing choices that could be allowed within it.
Thanks very much, Megan.
Thanks. Commissioner Wisniewski.
Future. I thought of a follow-up question. This is for Heather. Has the Hill Farms neighborhood ever petitioned, I'm not sure the process, but petitioned to become a local historic district, and particularly following the, I'm really interested in the last, following the last TOD passage.
No, we have not received a nomination from anyone for making the University Hill Farms a local historic district. When we first talked about TOD and also BRT, just throw more letters out there, there were community discussions, and for the concerns about continuing to maintain the historic character of the neighborhood, I did bring up that one of the options would be a local historic designation. National Register is an honorary designation that comes with financial incentives like those preservation tax credits, but it doesn't come with any property protections. However, a local historic designation doesn't have anything to do with land uses, and it does not control density. So when I talk about the historic character of a neighborhood, I'm talking about the architectural characters. It's still able to convey its historic associations. Density doesn't get involved with that. Landmarks Commission, when they review proposals, they're looking at additions, demolitions, and new construction. They're not looking at the uses. They're just looking at the design. These are a set of design standards that shape the way development and changes happen, but it does not prevent development. Does that answer your questions, Commissioner?
Thank you.
I'm going to assume that Alder Tischler wants to wait for Commissioner Heck, and we'll hear your question, Patrick.
Thank you. Colin, I think you can answer this about, I'll call them, if the standalone parking lot changes to pass, I want to make sure I understand grandfathering for existing standalone lots, because I think there are quite a few of them generally in the campus, center, city area. As long as they don't change the use, then I assume they're generally grandfathered in. But I'm also interested in understanding change of ownership. If the parking lot is not accessory and it becomes associated with a different property than the one it's currently associated with, I can think of all sorts of permutations. Generally, would those be grandfathered in?
Yeah, definitely a lot of wrinkles that you've identified. Generally, as long as the use continues with a break no less than 12 months, it would be allowed to continue. When and I might need to look to my zoning colleagues, but if a parcel is partially redeveloped, there is a threshold of improvement and an area of the parcel being disturbed that would require the entire parcel to be brought up into compliance with the existing code. So that would be all of the TOD site requirements.
Okay, so that must be analogous to when a certain percentage of a building is demolished and reconstructed, then it can lose its non-conforming quality, I guess. A percentage of the lot area, you think, huh? Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
sorry. I was just going to weigh in for zoning real quick. So that Colin is right that there are specific triggers in the TOD ordinance now that require the site to be brought up to compliance with the site standards for buildings. But a parking lot is a little bit different because in this case, there isn't a building, or there could be, and that would still be allowed if it was structured parking. But if we're talking about a surface parking lot, there isn't a building. So it does get a little bit tricky as far as the nonconformity is concerned, and also as far as what is triggered in the zoning code. I think the simplest way to look at the private parking facility use is as a use of land, not about the building or any sort of non-conforming structure. And so that use can continue unless it is abandoned for a period of 12 months. But for example, like you mentioned, if it's an accessory parking lot and then they tear the building down and create it a principal parking facility, that would not be allowed. That would be a new use. It's a little bit confusing. It touches on a bunch of different parts of our code. But I just wanted to clarify that because it is a little bit confusing, I think, to understand sort of the difference between accessory and principal, and then also those nonconformities.
And
okay, thanks.
Is it true, Jacob or Katie, that a legally existing nonconformity can be transferred in terms of ownership as long as the use itself is not changed?
Yes, the ownership can transfer it. It is all about the use and whether the use continues.
Okay, I'm less confused than I was, I'll say that. Thank you.
If I could tag on to Commissioner Heck's question, parking facilities that are owned by the university, are those considered public and sort of out of scope for this, or how does that work?
So as of right now in the zoning code, the definition is a public parking facility. So that's a separate use from private parking facility, is a facility owned by the city of Madison. Okay. So that is how it is written today.
Okay. Thanks. Alder Tischler.
Well, thank you, Planning Commission, for letting me speak to my amendment. I'm going to try to be brief and not go on too long because that's really what we have common council meetings for, is alders talking ad nauseum. But I just want to add that I'm in support of a lot of the changes that we're making along the TOD. I'm actually co-sponsoring one of them. I also have no issue with the cottage courts. I see that's an opportunity for individuals to create higher density and also create opportunities to age in place and also have the ability potentially to have more condominiums and home ownership. But I do want to speak to why I put forth this amendment. The area that in my district is significant, and the reason why the bus rapid transit kind of runs through it is because of the area was I think in many ways designed right and thought through very well back by the city and the university over 70 years ago. Hill Farms, the University Hill Farms Historic District is remarkably intact. It's a fully planned mid-century community. It occupies 620-acre parcel that was once owned by the University of Wisconsin since the 1890s. This was used by Experimental Farm. I did learn later that it was the acquisition of the farm that the Hill family owns. It's where it got its name, Hill from. But in 1955, in response to the kind of post-war surge in birth rates, the rapid growth at the university, and kind of this was kind of the housing crisis solution at its time. And the university developed a comprehensive plan for this subdivision. And the resulting design features curvilinear streets shaped kind of a very kind of fitting with the natural topography of the area. It also included places of worship, school, park, private, and public office buildings. Also included high rises and apartments and a shopping center. And unlike a lot of subdivisions at its time, Hill Farms intentionally, integrated commercial properties into this design. The neighborhood was planned in close collaboration with the city of Madison and the university, and which collaboratively laid out the entire district. And by 1964, 87% of the houses that you see, as well as the apartments, were put in place, and they represent kind of that mid-century design. And they, to this day, they still, if you go through the neighborhood, they still can still be very visible. But I want to add too that in addition to the large number of single-family homes, a lot of which, in our particular case here, are along that stretch of Whitney Way. But they also on the TOD, but they also kind of definitely go back further into the city, into the area. But I do want to add that kind of curvilinear street design, is also what kind of when you look at the TOD map that includes the single family housing, there's a couple odd little sections that get pulled into it, and that's because of the curve of the street. And I just wanted to point that out, that we're adding kind of fragments, areas of housing into the TOD because we are basing it off of how the streets are laid out, not necessarily where the bus stops are to get onto the bus rapid transit. That's a different story. But what I wanted to mention is that in addition to the single family housing, we also have a very large number of apartment units that were constructed, as well as duplexes, which is why you heard no noise from me. And in fact, nobody ever asked me what I thought about duplexes in the past. I also didn't make any noise about the addition of ADUs. Again, that was something that I see as another opportunity, as we heard a speaker say earlier, opportunity for people to age in place, taking a home that might have been used for a large family and still making it viable for more individuals to live in the area. We also see in the district, we have a large like two-story apartment complex that was built, and so I just wanted to add that I agree with Heather Bailey, that while significant alterations may not lead to the loss of the historic designation or adjustments to the boundaries. We've had to make adjustments to the boundaries of what the original 1950s plan was because of changes, and it's rare, but again, it's not completely out of the possibility. And so I added this because I wanted to change and make people aware that if we alter too much, maybe not now, maybe not 10 years from now, 20 years from now, but ultimately we might run the risk of losing the historic designation. And one thing I want to point out too that's unique about this is, as I said earlier, this is an area that was that's historic, not necessarily because of the buildings that are in the building in the district, but it's the plan. This is one of the last of the planned communities in America, and I know by saying that term planned communities carries a lot of baggage, but this is a planned community that was built after 1948, and we are continuing today to be looking at making planned communities, but I don't think we're always looking at planned communities that integrate commercial and apartment complexes to the scale that you see in Hill Farms. So Hill Farms works. It was designed right back in the 1950s. It's still working very well today. It's one of the reasons why the BRT runs through it, because of the high density. There are not many ways to get from the west side to the east side and back and forth without going through a large residential area. And this is the only, this section that cuts through Whitney Way is probably the largest residential section along the BRT that we have right now. As we start to add the B route and others, that will also begin to impact other alders will be in the same situation that I am. And then again, as we continue to extend the bus rapid transit and start to run buses and have the finances to run buses every 15 minutes, we will most likely be expanding that the bus routes and the TOD. So I want to make people aware of all that. So I just wanted to have, rather than by right, have conditional use, also to bring awareness to the historic district and to residents in the area that if we go too far, we do run the risk of losing what we have. And again, to speak to the area of keeping existing housing affordable, this is already existing vehicle that allows not just homeowners, but also those who own commercial property to make adjustments to add to their, update the existing housing, and then get some financial credits for that. So I just do not want to lose what we have, not today and not into the future. So I've gone way beyond, and I just got done filling up a 1 hour radio show. So I'm still all wound up, and I could probably go on for another hour, but I'm sure you're going to cut me off. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Alder Tischler. Commissioner Heck.
Thanks. I kind of need some clarification about where we are. I thought we were still in questions and we don't have a motion for the original ordinance change yet before considering amendments. Should we be following that path? Or maybe there are still questions. I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't know if there are still questions, and I think I think that's fair, Patrick. I also think that we have the option to make a motion to make a motion and then consider amending the motion, or we could make an motion that would incorporate these kind of amendments that have been included in the record and shared in previous meetings. So I think that's a little bit up to you. But certainly if there are other questions for staff, we want to get those out and on the table. Megan, help us out.
No, Chair, I think what you just said is correct in terms of how the commission may want to proceed. I had committed earlier to letting you know how the earlier BCCs weighed in on these potential amendments. And so I just wanted to share that context for you as an extension of this question time. So the Housing Policy Committee and the Transportation Commission did see this ordinance and did see both the proposed amendments for making 3 and 4 unit buildings a conditional use within the Hill Farms National Register District, and to allow auto rental within TOD, but not auto sales. Ultimately, both bodies, the Housing Policy Committee and the Transportation Commission, recommended to you the base ordinance and the amendment that would separate auto rental and auto sales. They did not recommend to you the change related to conditional use in Hill Farms. So just wanted to share that information for you for your consideration.
And Megan, could you maybe just give a little bit, if I can indulge a question, could you give a little bit of perspective along the lines of the staff memo about an overlay district that would have two sets of rules depending on where you were in the overlay district and how workable that is?
I would actually welcome Katie Bannon, the zoning administrator, or Jacob's input on this, as they're the folks that, particularly when we're talking about permitted and conditional uses within an overlay, they help as the first sort of funnel in looking at those types of standards. But I'd say generally the ordinance, the overlay requirements within the ordinance apply to all properties that are applicable to the circumstances that are described. So if a property is within a district that allows auto sales, for example, the prohibition on auto sales would apply to any district within the TOD where auto sales are considered permissible today. Similarly, for allowing 3 and 4 unit buildings within residential areas where they have not been applicable, that would apply to any residential district where that use would now be applicable. I do think it would be abnormal for us to have a specific kind of subset of a zoning district called out to have a different process for whether use is permitted or conditional, but would defer to Katie and Jacob if they have any other input to weigh in on this.
Thanks. Katie or Jacob?
Seeing none, maybe there's.
I don't really have anything to add.
Okay.
You can see in Legistar kind of the chart of, not unlike other uses where we have a P/C. In this case, the C is about this specific area, and there'd be a map below in the code. In other cases, there's other things that might mean. In some cases, this use is permitted versus conditional.
So it's not impossible. It's just different. It sounds. Yeah. Thank you. Are we wanting to make a motion? Do we have other points of discussion or questions? Commissioner Heck, thank you.
Sorry, a question.
Yeah, that's great.
And this is probably for Heather Bailey. We have a number of national historic districts within the TOD overlay, quite a few as I can imagine, as well as portions or all of local historic districts. I guess that's really my question. I just wanted to verify that Hill Farms is not the only one that touches that the TOD overlay touches.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Heck. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, I just want to point out too that this is a historic district because of the plan of the community, not just a collection of the buildings that make up a district. So there are a few little minor differences, or actually significant difference, which is why I'm bringing this up, because you change too much of the district of the plan, and you take away what makes it historic.
Thanks. Commissioner Heck, is that a new hand or? Yeah.
It's a new hand. I just wondered, are we back in discussion or where are we?
We're still in questions for staff, but I think if the commission is ready, we could pivot to making a motion and either with or without suggested amendments, and we could discuss whether anybody wants to move for amendments. Commissioner Solheim, thank you.
Thank you. I will move that the Plan Commission recommend approval of the zoning amendments in Legistar item 90552 with including the proposed alternate to remove rental cars, but not including the alternate related to conditional use in Hill Farms.
Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Wisniewski? Is that a second? Thank you. Is there discussion? Now we have a pending motion. Is there discussion of the motion and certainly an opportunity to move amendments if anyone wants to? Commissioner Heck.
Thanks. I will just say that I'm going to support this motion. I understand why some of the folks that live in Hill Farms feel it's unique, and it certainly is, but I think all the National Register historic districts are unique, and I'm also don't feel convinced about the aging in place argument. I really think that, I think Alder Tischler did have a good point about allowing duplexes or ADUs, allowing aging in place, but I'd say that more than likely, we're talking about a handful of parcels that could eventually take advantage of putting 3 or 4 units on a parcel, and that increases the opportunities for aging in place, I think, in addition to the duplexes. So I'll be supporting the motion in its form. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Wisniewski.
Thank you, Chair. Like Commissioner Heck, I will also be supporting the motion. And again, with the argument of aging in place, I was invited into Hill Farms 2 summers ago to meet with neighbors who were concerned about, they love their neighborhood, but they also recognized as they got older, their homes just didn't suit them anymore. And they were trying to find ways to stay there that worked. And that just stuck with me and resonates with me. And as Commissioner Heck says, providing opportunities, it's not going to be blanket approval of every parcel that's going to allow the 4 units, but for those that can, it does provide those other opportunities for aging in place.
Thank you. Great. I will just take a quick pause before calling a vote if anybody has additional comments. If not, we'll start with, is there any objection to unanimous approval for the motion on the table? All right, thanks. Seeing none, we'll record that as approved. So thanks for the good discussion and perspective by everyone. We'll move to item 4 on our agenda. This is Legistar 90553, creating section 28.022-00735 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 659 North Whitney Way and 5003 University Avenue, Alder District 19, from NMX, Neighborhood Mixed Use District, to RMX, Regional Mixed Use District, and creating section 28.022-00736 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 4860 Sheboygan Avenue and Alder District 11 from SE, Suburban Employment District, to RMX, Regional Mixed Use District. So these 2 properties, depending on which side of the street you're on, are in District 19 and District 11. Do we have any registrants, Megan?
We have no registrants on this item, Chair.
Great. So we will open the public hearing and close the public hearing. And I think I'll ask the commission if you have questions for staff on this item. I think it's pretty well covered in Colin's presentation. Would anyone like to, Alder Tischler?
Thank you. I'll be much briefer this time around. I was wondering, has anybody reached out to Red Cross about this prior to this?
Is this the Red Cross one?
Yes, this includes Red Cross.
Okay, yeah, this is the Red Cross.
So the property owners received postcards and a supplemental letter about the changes.
Okay. And have we heard anything back from them?
No.
Or?
Nope.
Okay.
All right. Guess I would ask if I guess I would entertain a motion if anyone would like to make one. Alder Uguerre, thank you.
Yeah, move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Solheim, thank you. So I'll take that as a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to unanimous approval on this item 4? All right, we will record that as approved. We'll go to item 5. The substitute with the corrected address. This is Legistar 90554, creating section 28.022-00737 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 402 to 434 Gammon Place, 429 Gammon Place, and 433 South Gammon Road from CC Commercial Corridor District to RMX Regional Mixed Use District, and creating section 28.022-00738 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 5701 to 5801 Mineral Point Road and 422 South Rose Road from SE Suburban Employment District to RMX Regional Mixed Use District. And these are all in Alder District 19. Megan, do we have registrants on this item? Okay, see none. We'll open and close the public hearing. Do commissioners have questions for staff on this item? Seeing no questions, is there someone prepared to make a motion on this item? Alder Uguerre.
I will move to approve and just note that these are all consistent with the approved West Area Plan.
Thanks, Alder Uguerre. Is there a second? Commissioner Solheim, thank you. Any additional discussion on item 5? Seeing none, is there any, is anyone opposed to unanimous consent on this item? And if not, we'll record item 5 as approved. We are halfway through the zoning amendments. We'll get to item 6, which is Legistar 90555. This would create section 28.022-00739 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 4217 to 4237 Lean Road, the northern 220 feet of 4301 Lean Road, and 4325 through 4401 Lean Road from CC Commercial Center District to CCT Commercial Corridor Transitional District in Alder District 17. Megan, did we have registrants on this item? All right, we will open and close the public hearing, and I would ask if there are questions for staff on this item. And if not, is there a motion and a second regarding this one? Alder Uguerre, you just got in under the wire.
I'll move to approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alder Field, second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to unanimous approval for item 6? All right, thank you. Item 7 is Legislar 90556, creating section 28.022-00740 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 3245 East Washington Avenue from TRC1, Traditional Residential Consistent 1 District, to CCT, Commercial Corridor Transitional District, and this is in Alder District 12. Megan, any registrants? Okay, yep, no. So we'll open and close the public hearing. Any questions for staff from the commission on this item? Seeing none, is anyone ready to make a motion on this item? Alder Glenn, thank you.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Alder Glenn. Is there a second? Commissioner Solheim, thank you. Any discussion? And if not, any objection to unanimous approval for item 7? All right, we'll record that as approved. And then now we're on to item 8 on our agenda, which is Legistar 90557, amending sections within chapter 16 and 28 of the Madison General Ordinances to create cottage courts. This is another item with potential amendments. So first, let's pause. Are there registrants on this item, Megan?
Yes, there are.
Okay.
Okay. First, we will hear from Troy Teal, registered in support and wishing to speak. Troy is from District 11.
All right. Before we have Troy, let me just say I'm opening the public hearing on this item, and we'll get Troy's microphone unmuted. Troy, you may need to unmute yourself on your end as well.
Troy, you might see a prompt, or there might be a prompt to unmute yourself behind your window, floating around somewhere. If you want to move that.
Looks like
you're unmuted. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted again.
There we go.
It shows you as being unmuted, Troy, if you want to speak. We're not hearing anything on our end, Troy.
Yep. Maybe sometimes I accidentally lock my microphone on the keyboard, so there might want to just check that.
I just
there we go.
I can hear you now.
Here I am.
All right, welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. So I, when I identify myself, have been in real estate and development for the last 33 plus years. And I strongly support the original intent of this amendment to zoning, as well as the amendments to it. I do have experience in cottage court development in the Seattle market, Bellingham, Vancouver, British Columbia, and Portland. And I do have some concerns how it's currently written. The limiting number of units to 8 and the limiting number of the size of the lot to 1 acre is an issue, because it's going to be challenging for developers to see the opportunity to help provide the kind of housing that this great ordinance would do, and they'll be less inclined to do that with that limiting numbers. I would say the corollary to that would be how the accessory dwelling unit had to be adjusted multiple times before we started seeing better adoption of it, because it was too limiting. I think that's the case with the original intent here. I would take a survey of great projects done by the cottagecompany.com. Ross and Linda have done over 30 projects, and not one of them is under 22 units, just for example. There has been other great groups. Green Hammer in Portland does fantastic cottage courts. And so I do really like, too, the amendment of allowing 2 units to be connected, either vertically or side to side, or in some cases back to back. Green Hammer did a project called Going Street Commons in the northeast section of Portland that included back to back townhomes. So there's some private space on either side. And then I would also consider allowing for an accessory dwelling unit above like a parking element. I've seen that before in projects. So there's other great types of missing middle. This is just one of them. keep going with things like this, and don't make it too limiting. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time. There's not that many smaller builders that this size 8 and under is going to work for. They're going to look for larger land accumulations and larger projects to make the numbers work, especially in this challenging environment.
Thanks, Troy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for coming up.
Okay. Our next speaker is Mike Tarby of District 6, registered in support and wishing to speak.
Hello?
Mike, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So I apologize, I don't have a statement formally prepared for this evening, but just wanted to share. So I'd worked with Alder Ohowitz to introduce the amendment for the Cottage Court proposal. After speaking with some developers, they'd raised some concerns about, as the ordinance is currently written, any new construction for the cottage courts would have to observe the rear yard setback of the underlying zoning district, which is often 25 to 30 feet. And in conversations with developers, it sounded like that would be a challenge given sort of the typical dimensions of the plots that they would be building. So it was deemed a reasonable change, or at least in my mind, I thought sort of introducing some consistency across the zoning districts and bringing that down to 8 feet would allow this housing type, which the city is introducing because it's something that we want to see more of. And so my concern is that if we don't, approve this amendment, that we're sort of kneecapping from the start a housing type that we're trying to introduce that we'd like to see adopted across the city. It really doesn't make sense to me if we've identified a problem with implementing these and they are something that we'd like to see more of, why we would not address that from the get-go. I saw in the staff report that it's staff's anticipation that this amendment will sort of be, or that the proposal will be modified over time as they, discover issues when folks try to implement that. We're discovering an issue right now. This is something that developers say will be a problem for them. And so I don't understand why we wouldn't want to get ahead of that right out of the gate. From what staff expressed in the report, some of the primary concerns were introducing inconsistency in the zoning code and also at the neighborhood block level, where existing homes are already set back the 25 to 30 feet from the rear lot line, and now we'd be introducing buildings much closer to the rear lot line. I really don't think practically there's a difference between cottage courts and accessory dwelling units in basically the way anybody would see them from the outside. I understand that accessory dwelling units are a different use. It's an accessory structure. It's not a primary dwelling. But, given Alder Martinez Rutherford's amendment, these cottage courts could also be 2 units, so they could be just as big as an accessory dwelling unit. They're both bound by the same 1,000 square foot footprint. So I think functionally, we're already allowing those ADUs to be within 3 feet of the rear lot line, and I don't understand why we aren't okay with that same, essentially the same building form factor not being allowed within 8 feet or up to 8 feet of the rear yard setback. So just some things.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And then our last speaker is Nicholas Davies of District 15, registered in support, but not wishing to speak.
Thanks, Megan. Are there questions for any of our registrants? All right. Seeing no hands, we'll close the public hearing, and there'll be time for questions from staff. And Megan, maybe if you or Colin could help us with help us understand the context of the amendments, or Katie as well. Thanks for all of you for being here.
Yeah, I can certainly share just a couple slides that we have and then answer questions from there. There we go. Okay, the first potential amendment to Legistar item 90557 is a request by Alder Martinez Rutherford allowing single family 2-unit or a combination of the two types up to a maximum of 8 dwelling units within the cottage court. The rationale provided is that this change would allow flexibility for a mix of unit types, generally allowed in all residential districts. So this amendment, if adopted, would define a cottage court as 8 or fewer units on a single zoning lot, including single family attached, 2-unit dwelling twin, and 2-unit dwelling 2 units. So either a side-by-side or an up-down or a combination of those. And then that would update references to the dwelling units throughout those sections of code. So this would be an illustration one of our colleagues in planning has put together, just showing some up-down 2 units integrated into the cottage court with a total of 8 dwelling units in the entire development. The other potential amendment was put forth by Housing Policy Committee member Mike Tarby, who just spoke, and Alder Ohowitz, to reduce the required rear setback for the zoning lot to 8 feet for cottage courts in all of the residential zoning districts in which cottage courts would be allowed. The rationale here being that this would maximize the area within the cottage courts to accommodate the dwelling units while maintaining the front and side setback requirements in the underlying zoning district. The ordinance as written would require, without this amendment, would require the rear setback of the underlying zoning district. So this would modify this section in the supplemental regulations to read that front and side setbacks in yards of the zoning district shall apply only to the perimeter of the zoning lot, and that the rear would be 8 feet from the perimeter of the zoning lot. And that is the end of those potential amendments.
Thanks, Colin. Other questions for staff? Alder, I'm not going to say it right. Can you help me? Ochowicz?
Ochovich, yeah.
Ochovitz, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Planning Commission. Colin, well, maybe this is a question for you, Colin. So the staff report was talking about some of the reasons staff didn't initially support reducing the rear yard setback for cottage courts, and I just wanted to ask some questions on that. So this isn't your lane, let me know, but are the stormwater standards significantly different for cottage courts versus single family neighborhoods or residential development in general?
I will allow my colleagues to answer as well if they have additional information, but the stormwater standards would apply to any residential development types the same way.
Okay. Another question, is there anything in our zoning code or comprehensive plan about maintaining consistent zoning envelopes as a goal of our zoning code? Building envelopes?
I'm going to ask Megan or Katie if they're aware of an answer for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to let Katie weigh in here too. I don't think we have anything specific to zoning envelopes, like the developable envelope on a property. However, we do have recommendations throughout different plans that talk about certain elements of built form in neighborhoods or broader areas, and how to make sure that certain standards help reinforce those characteristics as neighborhoods evolve over time. And so a lot of times what you do see is recommendations about things like front setbacks, step backs, some of those, what ultimately become zoning standards that help either form or reinforce certain built form in areas.
Okay. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Colin.
I can't really, add anything on the plan beyond what Megan said here. It's just kind of a core zoning philosophy or reason behind zoning is that there's consistency. It's law, so the same rules apply to everyone in the same way. It's in law. It's not something that's like discretionary. So that's just kind of the basis of why we have some different zoning districts with different standards, that they're going to kind of have consistency within that district.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alder. Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. This might be for Katie Bannon. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about this potential 8-foot setback in the rear of a single parcel, I guess. And I'm thinking, what if it backs up to an analogous parcel? There'd be maybe a minimum of 16 feet between two structures on different parcels. What are the in a cottage court? How are the distances between each structure and the cottage court prescribed?
Yeah,
As
so we have
Katie answers this. Sorry, just really quick. I was going to suggest that maybe Colin could bring up one of the diagrams because that might be a helpful visual as Katie describes this verbally.
Thanks.
Yeah, definitely, Megan, as I immediately go to using my hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the idea with this use is that it could be allowed as a permitted use in all residential districts other than our highest density zoning districts, which are intended for something higher density than cottage courts. So the idea was that the perimeter of the lot, so you have the larger lot that includes up to 8, in some cases fewer, depending on the lot size and how everything works. And this perimeter of this zoning lot is how we kind of, what it's called within the zoning code, would have the same setbacks as adjacent properties that may be developed with 1 and 2 family houses. So they'd have common backyards, common side yards, but then within the cottage court, there'd be a little more flexibility. So there need to be 6 feet between each house, basically, whether it's 1 or 2 unit. So if you did fee simple lots where each is on its individual lot, which is shown here with those little dotted white lines, it would be 3 feet to that lot line internally. If it was more like a condo or a single ownership, 1 lot, it would be 6 feet between each structure.
Okay,
Did that answer your question?
Yes, so that it's not really a function of how the ownership works. It's 6 feet essentially.
Correct. Yep, 6 feet either way. Internally.
And in other dimensions, there aren't really, there's the idea is to have this kind of courtyard thing in between 2 sides. That's all not dictated really. I mean, you're correct.
The courtyard has a minimum dimension. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, a minimum dimension of 20 feet. So
okay.
you can envision, that the two homes would have to be at least 20 feet apart, or the 2 rows of homes.
Okay.
However, I think we expect that, it could take different shapes and forms. The houses have to be oriented toward the courtyard. So depending on how many houses are built, the courtyard may be different shaped or different sized.
Right. I apologize for not reading the fine details of the proposal. Thank you.
There's a lot of detail in this one. So yeah.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Heck. Alder Tischler.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak. I guess my question is because Alder Olkowitz brought up stormwater, but do each individual cottage require separate utilities to be run, or can they share? Or does that depend on how it's arranged, either as apartments or condominiums? Yeah.
what would most likely happen is a private main for water and sanitary sewer would be run into the site, and then private laterals would connect to those private mains, and then the private main would then connect to the public main in the street. But then all of those individual units would be metered separately.
And then just one other quick follow-up question, because I seem to always getting known as either the alder who supports books and trees. And I guess for the common courtyard area, is there any, I mean, trees are permitted in that? There's no limits to how many trees they want to put in that central courtyard area?
Yes, trees would be permitted. Oh, sorry, Colin, you're already going to answer this. Okay. There couldn't be parking or automobile things. So driveways and parking areas basically would not be permitted, as well as buildings. So trees would probably be a good option to be planted in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Alder Okovitz?
Thank you, Chair. I thought of one other question. This is in response to something that one of the registrants brought up, but the limit of 8 units, you could, if you had a 1 acre lot, split it into 2 half-acre parcels and develop 2 8-unit cottage courts on each of those parcels. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Colin.
I was going to say, if the densities and the site layout works, I think the ordinance was written to allow flexibility. There is an existing option for a larger complex of residential buildings, which we call a residential building complex, that already exists within the code. So if the one of the reasons for this ordinance is to make these smaller cottage courts an easier path forward for infill and kind of some gentle density. But if a developer or a landowner wanted to do something larger, or do multiple ones, there's a path forward through the residential building complex. But you could also do 2 standalone cottage courts side by side, as long as they are meeting the requirements of this section of the code.
Okay. And then on that note, for if you had an exceptionally large lot and you wanted to do cottage courts, and I forget what city I've seen this in, but I've seen an example of this where essentially they ran a driveway from the main road through in a loop deeper into a lot. Would you be allowed to split a larger lot into separate parcels for the purpose of developing separate cottage courts using essentially a driveway attached to a frontage road as your main access?
I think Katie Bannon can answer this, but I think what you're describing is a residential building complex. It becomes a residential building complex because you're sharing that access to a single, or a development that's developed by a single entity or at a single time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the other option is it could be a more traditional subdivision, right? When you have a lot of land, and there are various ways that you can put together missing middle types with more single and 2 family housing. But then there are a lot of standards about what we require for streets and everything else.
Yeah, I was also going to add too, in the sort of scenario that you raised, Alder, at some point, especially if there was an interest in pursuing fee simple division of the lots in that sort of double cottage court example, at some point people are going to run into requirements that actually exist in state statute for when something becomes a plat rather than more of a simple certified survey map kind of lot division, in which case there's a whole host of other kind of standards and requirements that would be implicated beyond the simple permitted use kind of small site example that we're trying to support through the cottage court ordinance itself.
I appreciate all that information and context. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Heck.
Thanks, Megan. I think you answered part of my question just now, but I'm still thinking, what are the advantages of this over a residential building complex or even a planned development? And what are the setback requirements? I'll say, especially in the rear for both of those. Are they a planned development? I think you can kind of design your own setbacks. So what are I guess, two parts to that question?
Sure, yeah, it's a great question. And I'll start off, and Colin and Katie, Jacob, feel free to jump in if you have anything to add here too. First and foremost, I think from a use perspective, we're aiming to make cottage courts a permitted use. And so under a certain threshold, the intent of this is that somebody would not have to pursue rezoning a site or a conditional use process. That said, if there was an intent to develop a cottage court with fee simple lots, depending on how many lots are incorporated, it could either be done by a simple certified survey map, which is something that comes before you and the Common Council, or if it's larger, it may require some of the plat, which is a more intensive process. But from a land use and zoning district perspective, we were trying to keep it simple. So that's one of the advantages. I think the other advantage is just from a developable envelope perspective, trying to be very clear about what can be built where, and then providing otherwise a fair amount of flexibility for how those cottages could be arranged on a lot and the specific details and standards of the buildings themselves. For a residential building complex, kind of switching to that mechanism, that is a conditional use. Is something that would be required to be reviewed by the Urban Design Commission and then ultimately the Plan Commission on its path to approval. It does allow for some flexibility for setbacks if approved by the Plan Commission. You have an item on your agenda tonight that is using that standard. And so there's really no defined limit on how much those setbacks can be altered. It's up to the application to demonstrate the need for those setbacks to be altered and for your approval as a conditional use review to grant them. Am I missing anything else, staff, that you think?
Yeah. Plan development.
Plan development. Same with plan development. So this is a specific zoning district. So that would be a zoning amendment. And that would mean that the allowable kind of buildable standards for a property under a planned development would be actually prescribed by ordinance specific to the site. It would be something that would be subject to a public hearing in front of the Plan Commission and ultimately approved by the Common Council. And in staff's opinion is maybe one of the least flexible options in the long term. While it might provide some flexibility up front for setting site-specific standards for development, is the least flexible in the long term because changes and modifications would likely be subject to future zoning changes for that plan development itself. So that's kind of the range of how these things could be implemented.
I'll also mention that, sorry.
Go ahead, Jacob. Sorry.
I was just also going to mention for the plan development side of it that the code has very high standards, a very high bar to meet for rezoning to the plan development district. Basically, you would have to show that there isn't a district that you could do this in. And so I think for a residential building complex, that makes it hard because there are districts where a residential building complex is allowed already. So it would be difficult to justify unless there was some extenuating circumstance that I'm not thinking of right now. But then I would also mention that a plan development, you'd have to go to the Urban Design Commission as well. It's a rezoning. So you get UDC, Plan Commission, Common Council. And as Megan said, this cottage court proposal is to kind of streamline that and to allow them by right in residential districts.
Thanks. That was all super educational and helpful.
Thanks, Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could just describe where some of the parameters, 8 units, 1 acre site, 1,000 square foot, units kind of came from, or if you look to any other examples, or kind of what drove those limits.
Yeah, we did do a lot of research into similar ordinances and developments across the country. Spoke with a number of different communities. We also did quite a few test fits of actual parcels within the city to determine what works best in those neighborhoods and on those parcels for a development that we would actually see. The footprint of those individual cottages is tied pretty closely to our experience with ADUs and the size of those. Is there anything else that I'm missing on that, Megan?
Yeah, I'd say as far as the test fits go, one of the things that we were exploring was just how all of the different standards that are proposed would work together. And so that was informative when you've asked some questions about setbacks and lot size, et cetera, in this conversation, just thinking about how it all works together, and ultimately found that if somebody were pursuing the sort of maximum limit of what could be allowed in terms of number of freestanding cottages as single buildings, probably in the half-acre and greater size is what we would see really accommodating the amenities that you would need to make a full kind of development. We also looked to some other resources, particularly the Missing Middle Housing Guide, which is a book that was published by the firm Opticos, which provides a lot of the sort of basic zoning standard framework that communities should consider if they are anticipating or trying to legalize more missing middle housing types. And so some of the things related to lot size and some of the standards for composition of the cottage courts, we drew from that advice as well.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, my follow-up question was going to be if, for sites just over an acre or for more than 8, but it sounds like that would go residential building complex route. So that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Sanders, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't want to assume that I could read your lips. Okay. And I apologize if this is a simple question, but I'm definitely not a zoning expert. But if this cottage court type goes forward, and would it be possible for us to approve a conditional use to have a more narrow setback than what's defined in the zoning code? Or would it be strictly held to what we're approving today?
It's a good question. And I think the answer is no, unless the ordinance specifically allows for that. So the way that this is drafted right now, it would just be required to meet the underlying setback, and ultimately any change to that required setback would have to be considered as a request for a variance before the Zoning Board of Adjustments. And I'll just note that that's a pretty high bar to receive a zoning variance.
I just wanted to note, residential building complex, you could do it as a residential building complex. You would have to be in a district that allows residential building complexes and get that conditional use we've discussed before, where you're going to go to Urban Design Commission for their recommendation, then Plan Commission for the conditional use. So that option would still be available in those cases. And then Plan Commission could consider different setbacks.
Sorry, Alderfield.
Thank you, Chair. Just to expand on the previous commissioner's question a little bit, can staff advise whether there's a reason for us to not amend this proposal to allow for a change in setback with a request for conditional use, as we apparently do for residential building complexes?
it would be a little bit weird to have a use only have to be a conditional use if they want a modification to setbacks. And I think there is already a path to that through the residential building complex. So I think that's really the best path. If there is a developer that wants to do that, they could do that. Megan, did you have other thoughts?
Yeah, I was just trying to think of other examples of what types of things make a project a conditional use. And I think we would have to also think about the sort of decision-making process that comes with a conditional use, right? You're looking at all of your standards of approval, things like, plan consistency and serviceability. I think that it feels like a very big group of questions to ask for modification of a rear setback only in this case. We have other examples of conditional uses, like for additional height, for example, that allow us to look to plan recommendations where we might have specific plan recommendations about taller buildings that are not necessarily codified within our zoning standards. But we don't, I think, have specific or similar kinds of plan recommendations related to rear setbacks, for example, that we might look to. So as Katie noted, we do have the process of a conditional use for an entire residential building complex. And really what that's getting at is those multiple buildings on a lot, some of the shared common ownership, common development, and the ability to consider modifications or reductions to setbacks are one aspect of approving the overall development as a conditional use. It's not just the setback question that is the conditional use in the context of a residential building complex. So I think it'd be kind of I can't think of a good parallel example.
Sure. Thanks for your analysis of that.
Alder Tischler.
Okay, last question, I promise. The court and the parking complex is a communal space, but is this also allowed to have like another communal space, like something like a building, like a shed, or is it or a tennis course or a sauna or hot tub?
Yeah. Yes, we. I don't know about the tennis court. That may reach into a different conditional use. But the likely, if there was a land division that accompanied the development of a cottage court, there would be an outlot that would have a common ownership that would include the parking and could include dumpster enclosures, a shed for a shared lawnmower, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
And there are not specific standards directly within the cottage court ordinance itself because we're relying on the underlying zoning code to govern those types of accessory structures and their placement.
All right. There are no other staff questions. Are we ready to move to a motion on this item? Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I will move that the Plan Commission recommend approval of the amendment to create cottage courts for Legistar item 90557. I would add that would include the alternate from Alder Martinez Rutherford related to two families within cottage courts. I would not include the second proposal, and I'll describe that when I have a second, which I do.
Yep. Alderfield, the second on Nicole's motion. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion some more, Nicole?
Just briefly, I just wanted to mention I understand
the proposal related to the rear yard setback. But the discussion was very helpful. I think that it does make it pretty messy to include that, and there is a clear path with the residential building complex, which if we made this a conditional use, you know, the residential building complex is already a conditional use, so it seems like it would be going down that way, probably regardless. So I think this is a good start and may be further adjusted in the future as we hopefully see proposals.
Thanks. Additional discussion, Alder Okovitz.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I just wanted to speak briefly to the motion, so I appreciated staff's input. I, like Mike Tarby said at the beginning of this came out of a discussion with a residential building developer, an architect who works for a residential building developer, and they were talking about how this effectively makes it very difficult for them to fit these sorts of, this set of typology on the types of lots that they would like to build on. It is an exception, but the entire cottage court building form is very different from what we're seeing in a lot of new suburban developments. And so I don't think that concerns about things like the building envelope matter as much, because even with the 30-foot setback, a new cottage court is going to be looking into somebody's backyard potentially. And I think that's one of the main concerns with something like a rear yard building envelope. In addition to that, I don't think it makes sense from an open space requirement to have the 30-yard setback. I keep saying 30 yards, but I mean 30 feet. The 30-foot rear yard setback, because the entire layout of the cottage court is around this shared common open space. And so by moving the buildings back, you enhance the central open space by, you know, spreading the buildings out a little bit further. I would also point out, I did look up the zoning codes for Seattle and Bellingham based on one of the comments that the commenter made earlier today about where he had seen other good residential cottage courts. And in Bellingham, the rear yard setback for a cottage court development is, I think it's 8 feet if you're alley loaded and 10 feet otherwise. And in Seattle, I think it's also 10 feet if you have 3 or more units, and it's 15 feet if you have 1 or more units. So it's not that strange to have different rear yard setbacks based on the housing typology that you're going to be putting in. I also don't think that a residential building complex makes a lot of sense here. The whole idea is we haven't seen people use residential building complexes for this sort of development. It's difficult for a lot of the reasons that staff mentioned. You need a rezoning, you need to go to UDC, you need to get a conditional use. You might not need a rezoning, but you might need to rezone to a residential zone that allows building complexes as a permitted use. And a lot of our small developers and a lot of the people who are doing residential developments are too risk averse to go through a process like that for something like cottage courts. So thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Heck?
Thanks. I appreciate the Alder's comments. I am going to support the motion though, but I think this brings up a bigger topic that I hope policymakers can consider, and that is setbacks in general and how that defines, it is one of the defining characteristics of our zoning districts. And I think it's likely that in the future, this proposed ordinance will change, and it may be that rear yard setbacks are part of that. It would be good to have more information, I think, before jumping into that. But I also think a conversation about setbacks in general is worth having because of, in all zoning districts that have them. it's a limiting factor as we're learning. We know that already, but I think this has been super instructive. So I appreciate that it was put forth, but I think it might just be a little too soon to incorporate that into this. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Heck. Commissioner Wozniewski.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. I understand the motion on the floor is for the original cottage court zoning change plus the duplexes. What is the process if, can I ask for the amendment to the 8-foot setback to be added into this?
Yeah, you would make a motion to amend the underlying motion, and if you could get a second, we would then vote on that amendment to decide whether to change the motion that we would then all ultimately vote on.
Thank you. Then I would like to make a motion to amend the underlying amendment to allow for the 8-foot setbacks of the cottage courts.
Thanks, Alder Glenn. That's a second to the motion to amend? Would either of you like to speak to the amendment before we call a vote on that?
I mean, it is definitely one of the things that, as I've listened, I've experienced, I facilitate the discussions with Madison town makers and understand the challenges faced by small developers. If we're going to say we are for missing middle development, let's stop creating barriers that add this on there. Yes, especially if we're already allowing people to adjust setbacks through other planning means, I think this is a perfect opportunity just to, if we know that this is a barrier, let's remove it now. This is a whole new concept, so it's not like we're adjusting some other zoning thing to allow this. I think this is a perfect opportunity to at least come out of the gate without this barrier being a stumbling block for to go on.
And I will just second that too.
Thanks, Alder Glenn. Alder Tischler, your hand is up. I don't know if it's on the amendment or if it's on the other on another issue. Yeah,
it was on the other issue, and I lied. I am speaking one more time. I was going to talk about the setbacks, but I can. Is now the appropriate time?
Yes. Well, there's a proposed amendment to include the setback changes in the recommendation. So I think that's appropriate. Yeah.
And I was making the point that whenever I think of cottages and cottages courts, I always think of cottages. Most of my familiarity is cottages along lakes, and along lakes, the front of cottages are always aimed at the lake, and the setback, the back is where the road is. And I guess I'm just wondering, since we have a city that's surrounded by lakes, in the event that somebody builds a cottage court, on a lake, do we consider the lake the front of the building, or the road the back of the building for setbacks?
Thanks. I think let's hold on that for just 1 minute. Alder Okovitz.
Yeah, I was just we're past staff questions, but there are separate lakefront ordinance requirements that prevent you from building close to a lake. So even if your rear yard setback is 10 feet, you can't build 10 feet from the lake. I just wanted to quickly mention that.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Great. Is there any additional discussion on the Commissioner Wozniewski's motion to amend our underlying recommendation to include the setback changes? And if not, I'll call that to a vote, and I would ask I'll ask if there's objection to unanimous approval for the amendment. And yeah, if you just want to put up your hand, then I think maybe we could do a roll call vote, but I'll just start there. So Patrick, that's an objection? So let's do a roll call vote on the motion to amend.
Okay, on the motion to amend, Alder Field.
Aye.
Alder Glenn.
So this is the second amendment, the one I second, right? Or is
Yes.
it the first?
Yes.
Yes.
Nope.
Aye.
Yeah.
Alder Ugair,
Aye.
Commissioner Heck,
No.
Commissioner McCahill,
No.
Commissioner Sanders,
Aye.
Commissioner Solheim,
All aye. You guys convinced me against my original motion.
Commissioner Wisniewski.
Aye.
All right, so that is 6 ayes and 2 noes. The amendment passes.
Thank you. So now we have on the table a recommendation to council to amend the ordinance sections as proposed with both of the amendments contained in our materials related to duplex units and related to setback requirements. So I'll pause and ask if there's any further discussion on the motion. And I will call a vote. And again, we'll start. Is there any objection to unanimous approval for the motion as amended? All right. Seeing none, we will record the motion to recommend approval as passed. So thank you. Thank you, staff, for the deep discussion and helping us through all this. It's a lot of complexity. So thank you. All right. We will. I think we'll move to item 9. I think we might take would anybody like to take a 5-minute break now? If not, I think we'll take item. I see one nod, and so let's. Do we need a motion to recess?
You do not need a motion to recess, but let's just make sure we recess instead of adjourn.
Yes, I'm not adjourning. We're just going to recess for 5 minutes. We'll come back at 7:36 and take up the next item on our agenda. So thanks. Alder Field a little bit. Maybe we'll dive back in. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay. You guys are all very focused and still. So I think we'll move to item 9 on our agenda, which is the next item.
Chair, if I might just quickly interject. One of the registrants is raising their hand, and I just wanted to make sure to clarify that we do not have a back and forth at this point in the Plan Commission's meeting, and appreciate your participation and sharing your perspectives with the Commission. But the Commission has voted on this item and will be recommending it to Council for adoption.
Thanks.
I see that they keep raising their hand, Chair, up and down.
Yep. So I see that that's a registrant for items 11.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right.
18.
Yes.
So,
I'm sorry. I was thinking that was the name of somebody who just spoke at the last item.
Oh,
apologies.
No. Yeah. So it will. Yeah. So if you can hear us, we will get to 11 through 14 after item 9, but I think we're going to proceed for item 9.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I was mixing that name up with somebody who spoke at an earlier item.
No worry at all. Yes. All right. So I think we're prepared to take up, this is a referral from a prior meeting. This is Legistar item 89236 relating to 139 West Wilson Street in Alder District 4. Consideration of a conditional use in the UMX Urban Mixed Use District for a new building with greater than 6 stories, and consideration of a conditional use pursuant to Madison General Ordinances, Section 28.134, paren 3, for projections into the Capitol View preservation limit to allow construction of a 16-story apartment building with 320 units. And this item, again, we referred this from a prior meeting. I think we do have, let's start with a staff presentation just to kind of sum up where we are on this item. And we still have Colin with us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. So at the November 3 meeting, the Planning Commission reviewed this particular proposal and voted to refer the item out to a future meeting with direction to the applicant to submit certain materials and changes to their original plans as identified by the Commission that were needed for the proposal to meet conditional use standards 3 and 5. So these changes included minor revisions to the first floor to improve the loading area and accommodate a management office near the loading area in the front entry of the building, and then submission of a management plan that provided sufficient detail regarding those issues identified by the Plan Commission, including resident move-in and move-out arrangements, management of vehicles parked in the loading areas, delivery and rideshare accommodations, and then refuse pickup. The applicant has submitted the requested materials, which have been posted to Legistar and were accompanied by an addendum to the staff report. And staff does believe that the changes to the site plan and floor plans as requested by Plan Commission do sufficiently address the second part of that motion from November 3. Further, staff believe that the applicant has addressed the resident move-in and move-out arrangements, management of vehicles in the loading areas, and accommodations for short-term delivery and rideshare. Property management and refuse pickup were partially addressed in the management plan. And staff suggests that if the conditional use requests are approved, that additional clarification and information regarding refuse pickup, property management contact, and management of those short-term delivery spaces be addressed to a greater degree in the management plan. If the Plan Commission does find that the applicable standards for conditional uses, including standards 3 and 5, which were identified earlier, are met, it should approve the request. However, if the commission does not find that either or both of those approval standards or any other approval standards are met, it should clearly communicate its findings with regards to that decision. In the staff report addendum, staff has provided one recommended new condition of approval, in addition to those listed in the staff report dated November 3, as well as a revised condition to replace condition 2, which pertains to the management plan. After the public hearing, I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
Thanks, Colin. We will open the public hearing on this item, and Megan, if you could walk us through the list. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. We will first hear from Doug Paul and Randy Alexander. These two registrants represent the applicant team and have requested to pool their time for a total of 6 minutes.
Great. Welcome.
Hi.
Hey, Doug, we can hear you. Yep.
Okay. I'm not sure if our materials are going to be presented or if you've got them in front of you. However, I can talk you through all of our changes. I think the best file to share is the updated floor plans file, Colin, which shows the main floor here. And if you wanted to zoom in, there we go. That'd be great. As we discussed in the last meeting, we moved the manager's office to the first floor. So at the very front entrance of the building, we've placed the manager's office, and which displaced the fitness room. The remaining space is left for a lounge. So we're still trying to activate the street frontage. So we created kind of just a hangout space for residents or guests that are here to wait for or meet up with a resident. That manager's office would have direct line of sight to one of the short-term loading areas, and then they would have closed circuit camera visibility of the covered area under that portion of the building there. During this process of moving things around, I also took some of the bike parking that was located under there. There's 8 spots there, and I moved them out to kind of the garden courtyard area. And one of those groups of 14 will still be a covered bike parking group, which will have a canopy, which is kind of an illustration of the particular make and model is shown here on the plan. And we also reconfigured the garbage room. This garbage room stacks straight up through the building. So there's a trash chute, and all the garbage will come down here into a compactor that then kind of maximizes the efficiency of the dumpsters. And I was going back through some of the original documents that describe trash collection procedures. And I think the work that we did with the trash collection company suggested that this would probably get us to a point where we would need trash collection only twice a week. So the building manager would swap out an empty dumpster for a full one, and then that would give them a lot more time between pickups and allow for, just being able to manage trash within the building. And then there was some other nuances to this floor plan that I've improved by getting rid of some steps that were in there and replacing them with a ramp and things like that. So overall, we got the floor plan working well. We got the office down here, and I got all of the required bike parking to fit. The other floor plans that I include just show what happened to the other levels. So the second level, you can see where the fitness room went between column lines 2 and 5. And the rest of the floors are minorly changed just to accommodate the shift of the trash room. So nothing else has changed. Even our unit counts haven't changed. So besides the management plan, those are the changes to our submittal, and I'm happy to hand it over to Randy to talk through the management plan piece.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Randy, there we go. You might need to unmute yourself.
How's that?
We can hear you now.
Okay, good evening. I think our correspondence speaks for itself. We're open to, additional information that city staff would request. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, but for the sake of not taking any more of the commission's time than I need to, I'm just available to answer questions if somebody has some particulars.
Thanks, Randy.
Okay, our next registrants are also requesting to pool their time. Peter Ostland and Jonathan Cooper, representing the Bassett District of Capital Neighborhoods, are registered in opposition and wishing to pool their time and speak for 6 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's fine. Welcome, Peter.
The most recent layout for the drive area provided by the applicant does not include any significant modifications. The dimensions remain unchanged. The number of short-term parking and loading areas has not changed. In a meeting with the neighborhood a week ago, the applicant stated that all vehicles other than refuse trucks will be able to turn around and exit in a forward direction. This includes standard UPS and FedEx trucks, Amazon vans, and even the dump trucks that will be used to haul snow from the site. That's what they state. What they have not provided is any documentation or drawings that show that these turnarounds are actually physically possible in the limited space that they are providing. And Colin, if you could, you've got the item that I was looking to have there. Thank you. This is a plan sheet from a prior submittal from the applicant. The plan shows the maneuvers that a vehicle would need to make to turn around. The thin lines on the drawing represent the path of the wheels. The vehicle used for this exercise is a Mercedes Sprinter van, comparable to an Amazon van. If we could zoom in on the driveway portion here now. The turning maneuvers shown are for the vehicle parked just in from the sidewalk in the driveway loading zone. The vehicle first turns to the right and into the turnaround zone. The vehicle then backs up tight along the far curb while extending out past the end of the driveway. Then on exiting to the street, the vehicle cannot stay within the drive apron and actually ends up crossing the terrace. Note that to accomplish this maneuver, no other vehicles can be in the driveway. One single turnaround requires all of the driveway to be able to execute the maneuver to turn around and exit driving forward. And remember, this was the Mercedes Sprinter. Standard UPS and FedEx trucks are larger. The applicant has not shown what they say will actually happen. In fact, they have provided documentation demonstrating that the drive area is simply not functional. State statutes providing for conditional uses state that the applicant must demonstrate, quote, substantive evidence, unquote, that all conditional use standards are satisfied. The neighborhood has been interacting with the development team on this proposal for 3 years. The proposal has been before UDC 5 to 6 times. Numerous staff reports have been written noting the concerns with the driveway. The applicant could not provide any examples where a similar situation has been constructed and effectively managed. No significant changes have been made to the driveway and loading areas this whole process. It's time to put this proposal to rest. We urge that you find that the conditional use standards 3 and 5 are not met and deny this request. And Jonathan will speak to the management plan.
Yes, thank you. This is Jonathan. The management plan the development team has submitted is long on promises and short on detail as to how the activities and responsibilities outlined in that plan will be affected. For instance, staff will need to monitor the multitude of vehicles, delivery, rideshare, food delivery, trash, recycling, move-ins and move-outs, maintenance and service that a 320-unit building will generate if the drive and short-term parking space is to function efficiently or even at all. Although the property manager's office has been moved to the first floor, it is unclear how and when the manager and assistant manager will staff this office. Monitoring the drive area cannot be done on a 9-to-5 basis 5 days a week. A two-person management team seems inadequate for the staffing that will be required, especially considering that managing the drive area will be but one of their responsibilities. The development team suggested to the neighborhood in our recent steering committee meeting that maintenance staff would assist in monitoring the drive area, but this seems unrealistic given their other responsibilities. I live on Henry Street with a view of the Adria on the corner of Wilson and Henry next to the site of this proposed development, and I see the cycle track blocked by delivery vehicles on a regular basis. This occurs at a building that has two driveways, one on South Henry, which services the building's refuse and recycling pickups, as well as a devoted delivery zone on South Henry immediately outside the door to the building's package room. The proposed building at 139, with a significantly larger residential population than the Adria, and has only one driveway, and with only one driveway, will generate a level of residential population that the Adria will generate a level of traffic that will regularly create a level of congestion in the drive area that will spill out into the public right-of-way. With a busy sidewalk, a single lane of vehicular traffic, and a two-way cycle track on Wilson Street in front of this property, traffic issues and safety concerns are inevitable. The neighborhood was
we have a little less than a minute left, just to let you know.
Okay, thank you. The neighborhood was told at our last meeting with the development team that they could not manage any traffic concerns in the right-of-way. As the neighborhood noted in the written comments we submitted for your consideration, it would be far better to design a site that inherently creates effective operation than to rely on manager intervention and unread signage. The development team has consistently resisted the neighborhood's encouragement to create a functional design. I urge you to find the conditional use standards 3 and 5 are not met by the proposal before you and to deny this request. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay. Our next speaker is Ann Monks of District 4, registered in opposition and wishing to speak. And we'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Ann.
We can hear you. Welcome.
Pardon?
Oh, just welcome. Thanks.
Oh, the management plan submitted by the developer simply does not address the project's irreversible impacts on the safety and function of the only transportation corridor on the south side of the Capitol that serves bicycles and westbound traffic. Under any management plan, the owners of this building will legally be unable to stop vehicles from using the cycle track or the street, as the developer has recently said last week to us. Common sense would say it will be close to impossible to manage what happens within the project's narrow driveway and small loading areas much of the time. Limited gateway access might be the only way to have reliable parking and loading, even for essential services like trash and maintenance. Most important for the conditional use decision, when vehicles cannot or do not use the building's driveway, such as for move-ins, which can happen at any time regardless of requirements for that driveway, they will most often use the right-of-way, blocking the cycle track and or the roadway, or use nearby private property. And it won't be possible to sign or regulate that behavior away because the city will not be able to provide anything better. Along Wilson Street, from Broome to Blair, the opportunities for solutions are disappearing. This project all by itself makes the problem much worse, at a high, very high public cost. This is the new reality of Wilson's two-way cycle track in a narrower street serving many important purposes. Please consider it's hard to estimate how many trips will be made needing this location, 320 units of housing. I live in a 64-unit condo. We get 4 trash and recycling deliveries a week. Last week, the developer told us they think there's going to be garbage and recycling 8 times a week that have to back in. So the estimates are hard to imagine. Please do not make a decision that will place new limits on this area for the foreseeable future, making the downtown less accessible on this important corridor for people in any future projects along the lakeshore, including the Amtrak station that has recently been discussed. I submitted longer written comments, which include a question about whether or not using a compactor for recycling to fit the squeeze space that's typical of this building in every aspect of how it's designed would even effectively allow for recycling.
You have about 20 seconds left, just so you know.
Okay.
Good wrap up.
So I think many people will require rides from vans or buses from this. You can't assume just because there isn't parking that there won't be a wide variety of people's needs here. There could be requirements for daily delivery that I see happening in other units with people who have some kinds of disabilities. How often will plumbing, HVAC, cleaning, and other services be needed for the building itself? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ann. Thank you.
Okay, we have Phil Hees from District 4 registered in support and available to answer questions, and Nicholas Davies of District 15 registered in support and not wishing to speak. And that's all we have for this item.
Thanks, Megan. I guess as we're in our public hearing, do members of the commission have questions for any of the registrants at this time? Commissioner Solheim, thank you.
Thank you. For Randy and Doug, I was wondering if you could describe a little bit more the trash pickup plan and how often you anticipate that being.
I went back to some of the submittal materials that we had submitted for the first application, and those had been developed with the assistance of, I think, Waste Management. And at that time, they were predicting pickups twice a week. That time frame in that original submittal was early in the morning pickup, which I think is being discouraged for the reasons of it makes noise. But currently, based on the best advice we could get from a professional waste management company, I think they were telling us that we could anticipate twice a week based on the trash room that's designed here.
Okay. And just a follow-up question, unrelated, but in the management plan, there's a section about in the bike and service parking where it talks about building service needs by third-party contractors and move in, move out parking needs will be controlled as mentioned in the preceding paragraph. So the preceding paragraph is about move-ins, move-outs. So can you describe if there's any way, a special way you anticipate handling the normal, maintenance, someone coming for repairs, someone coming for cleaning, if that will be handled in any particular way?
Jeremiah?
Right.
No? Yeah.
We can hear you.
Sure. So for vendors that we do not have on staff, so technical maintenance items, they would follow the same procedure that we would use for a move-in, move-out on a residence, where it would be a special permit they were given with a limited amount of time, and it would be a scheduled time. So it didn't conflict with peak delivery times of services, or it didn't conflict with move-in and move-outs. And they would be allowed to use one of those service stalls for over the limit that's posted. Normal cleaning and normal maintenance would be for staff that is on site. So that would not be required. It would only be required for special technical maintenance items that would either be an emergency or would be scheduled by staff.
Okay. And when you say for normal staff on site, the management and maintenance staff, are you saying they would not need a special permit to park in that area, or they would not park in that area altogether?
They would not park in that area at all. They would park off-site if they had a vehicle, and they will be on site to provide those maintenance duties, typically from 8 to 5.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Okay.
Commissioner Heck?
Thank you. Just a couple of random questions for the applicants. I guess I'm thinking of all the people that come to my building. They're an infinite variety. I'm thinking of people who hire somebody to clean their apartment. You know, we have crews of cleaners coming in that we don't know anything about. They certainly don't make appointments. Can you imagine how somebody like that might be handled?
Yes. I mean, it's that is not a maintenance item. It's not, it would be subject to the limit on service, limit times on service. They'd have to park off-site or be dropped off if they were providing service for a resident there.
And so the manager would have to corral those people, I guess.
Well, if they're not parked and they're not limited time service for the building, yes, that would be in violation, and they would be asked to move if we know exactly who they are, or they'd be towed off site.
Okay, thank you.
There'd be no tolerance for it.
Okay, a couple other analogous questions. We did hear that your trash and recycling plan was, I think, hinging on being able to compact the trash. And if that's correct, there was concern also that you can't really compact the recycling, so that might need to be on a different schedule. I know that my building generates more recycling than it does trash.
Yeah. I think for trash, we have a 2-yard dumpster that gets compacted, and for recycling, that's a 3-yard dumpster that doesn't get compacted. So there's a little bit of extra capacity built in for that.
Okay.
But predicting that is, as you would guess, somewhat difficult.
It is, yes. It varies a lot too. I guess I kind of a question about your management plan in general. Did you look at other management plans that other buildings in Madison have submitted to planning for approval?
Yes, we looked at a couple of things that had been submitted to planning, but we really used our experience in managing, dense inner city buildings that we've done around the country, and also, buildings that we've done right in the neighborhood that aren't this dense, but are dense, for the lot that they are on. That's where we take our experience from, and that's how we decided the management should be set up for this building.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Thanks. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Sorry, I had one more. As you know, there's a lot of concerns about blocking the cycle track, and that's something I think we're learning as we've seen a lot of development in this corridor. And I appreciate you moving the manager's office to the first floor. And it does appear to have a sight line to the short-term loading zone in the driveway. I was wondering if you would be amenable, and this may be on there and perhaps I don't see it, but I was wondering if you'd be amenable to a glass opening on the wall of the manager's office that faces the front, so that there would be a direct sight line to the cycle track as well.
Yeah, totally. Okay. I think the manager's office was drawn in conceptually without a lot of detail given to, but I think that they would appreciate that access, visual access too.
Okay, thank you.
I did notice too, I guess it's not my turn to comment, so I'll just withhold that.
Thanks, Doug.
Yep.
Commissioner Heck.
Thanks. I'd like to ask Doug to give us his latest comment.
Thanks.
Am I unmuted?
You are. Yep, we can.
I thought that there were barricades between the drive lane and the cycleway that would keep people from pulling off the traffic lane and into the cycleway between driveways. And so I'm just wondering if the concern is that people will partly pull into the driveway and block the cycleway that way, or if they'll just pull off the road and block the cycleway. And I'm just wondering if there's like a solution like the barricades that I've seen out there that would help solve some of those traffic problems. That was my comment.
Yeah, we might be able to follow up on that just to get a better understanding. Are there other questions for our registrants as part of our public hearing? Right, if not, I will close the public hearing and then invite questions for staff. Maybe an easy place to start, and maybe I'll get in front of Patrick this time, is there what are the options if I'm coming, what are the I guess threats to the cycle track from a delivering car? What are their options to stop near this building if they can't pull in?
So I think at the moment there are some barricades there, but as I understand it, or I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that they are there just because of the construction in the area and other portions of the Wilson Street cycle track. There is a curb, but if there's not parking there, I don't see that curb as being something that would stop an Amazon truck, a UPS truck from driving up on there to get out of the roadway.
Thanks, Colin. Commissioner Heck.
Thanks. Colin, I think maybe you'd be the best person for this. In the last, I don't know what it is, 5-6 years, maybe more, that we've been requiring management plans. In the first years, Plan Commission did see those plans. They were a new thing. And then we've evolved to generally staff looks at the plans, and that's a condition of approval that staff will agrees that the plan is sufficient. In your judgment, do you see this plan as, I guess I'll say, thin? I'm thinking back to several years ago because I haven't seen one in recent years, but I remember plans that were many pages long that described in great detail how it was often student-related concerns, but how things would be handled, exactly who would be on site when, how complaints would be handled, and I don't really see any of those details. Is that kind of where these have been heading, the ones that you've seen in recent years?
Yeah, I would say over the past couple of years, we have more or less standardized this format for management plans, and you're exactly right that a more or less standard condition becomes that the planning director and zoning administrator or their assigns review and approve those. And again, you are correct that most of the older management plans were very oriented towards those student projects and really took into account the issues that those sorts of housing developments had. I think with this one specifically, if you look at the staff report addendum that I put together, especially that revised condition 2 to the original list of conditions from November 3, that I think there were a few areas that were probably not addressed to the level that the Plan Commission was looking for. And so while there were some changes that the applicant addressed the concerns, there were a few more related to intrusions onto the cycle path and things like that I thought probably needed additional details before the Plan Commission would be comfortable with those. Whether that's something that the Plan Commission would like to see yet again, is up to the commission, but I identified the topics that from the Plan Commission discussion I felt were the ones that the commission believed were the most important ones that were not covered in the management plan, and recommended inclusion of those in the next iteration.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Alder Yeager.
Thank you, Chair. Colin or anyone else, both on November 3rd and then again tonight, we heard skepticism about whether the dimensions in the driveway and the pull-in point would be adequate for all of the types of vehicles that would come in here. Did staff take a look with the tweaks to the first floor areas to whether it was realistic for the turning radius that are involved in making this happen?
Yes, traffic engineering staff was provided the updated plans as soon as they came in. They did not have it. They acknowledged that it is some tight turns there, but they did not believe that it was not a workable solution.
Okay, thank you.
If you'll forgive my double negative.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Colin, this may not be something you know offhand, but Doug's mentioning of those barricades, which are now there for construction, made me think, though, about those streets we have with the bike lane in between the parking, and they have those little bollards, for lack of a better word, to protect it. And I was wondering if there's any consideration. There is the curb, in the completed area of Wilson Street but trucks just go over that. Is there ever any consideration, do you know of, to add those or something like that on top of the curb to prevent trucks from going over it?
I cannot say that I know the answer to that. Unfortunately.
I was thinking that, there are times when we have conditions for pedestrian safety improvements around a development, and there may be an opportunity to consider that because that area, that curb has not been developed, if that may be something to consider that's done. Anyways.
I think because that is in the right of way, I don't know if the Plan Commission would be able to make a binding condition there. Mm-hmm. Certainly a comment oriented toward the engineering division and traffic engineering division to consider installation of those after the project is completed, maybe in order. But I don't know if it would be able to tie that directly to the applicant.
Got it. Thank you.
So if there are no other staff questions, Commissioner Heck.
Just one related question. I'm thinking about the previous question and what Colin had to say, and I'm reminded that sometimes we do require a deposit, for instance, for future potential traffic safety installation. Couldn't this be analogous to that?
I appreciate that question, Commissioner Heck, and I was just looking back at the original conditions from the staff report from your November 3rd meeting, and it does look like traffic engineering included condition number 40 related to posting of a security deposit in the event that traffic signal, street lighting, signing, pavement marking, or conduit and manholes might be required to be modified related to the development, which I believe is one of their standard conditions.
And that seems to include bike path infrastructure. I wasn't sure about the wording.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. We also have in the engineering division's standards for 18 that the sidewalk, terrace, curb, gutter, pavement, and pavement markings will need to be constructed to a plan approved by the city engineering. The city engineer, I'm sorry. So I think probably with those two together, if there were identified issues that could be specifically tied to this development itself and not to the broader condition and usage of the street, that those conditions could allow for work with the developer to address those site-specific concerns.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Are we ready to make a motion on this item? I'll do you, Gary. Thank you.
If only for discussion, let me try to make a motion. Okay.
You don't actually have to vote for it, even if you make a motion.
Understood.
Yeah.
Move that the commission finds that the standards for conditional uses are met, including but not exclusively standards 3 and 5, and approve the conditional uses for a 16-story multifamily building at 139 West Wilson Street, subject to the conditions included in the staff report for November 3rd, as well as those additional conditions for December 1st, plus one more condition that the glazing for the management office on the first floor have a clear view of the bicycle path. And following up on comments just from Director Tuttle, that I believe it was item 40 in the original conditional uses with regard to requirements for engineering review of plans and so forth, and that specifically they look at the conditions for the bicycle path. That would be the motion.
All right, thanks, all you, Garrett. Commissioner Solheim has seconded the motion, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Would either of the movements like to speak to the motion, or would others on the commission like to make comments or discussion?
I'll just say a few more things. I'm inclined to support this just because I think it's so novel to have a totally auto-free multifamily structure right downtown. It's a worthy experiment, and since the key, I think, for us here is to make sure that the particular issues with this site do not overwhelm its opportunity for success. And I would like to believe that the additional conditions proposed by staff, as well as those several that we've just added based on the discussion that we've been having this evening, would be adequate to provide reasonable expectation that the management plan can be successful. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Uyghur. Colin.
Yes. Sorry. Yep. Sorry. Just a quick question regarding the motion. I just want to make sure that we're clear. Item 40 was regarding the security deposit and Alder or Commissioner Solheim's questions about whether that would be used for bollards or something like that along the path, and then item 18 was the design, the city engineer's design for paths, curbs, and the right of way. I just wanted to clarify in Alder Uyghur's motion that he was emphasizing item 18 regarding construction in the right of way rather than item 40, which he had mentioned, or both.
I think it would be helpful I couldn't remember the earlier number, but it was 18, as I remember. I think it would be helpful to include both.
Okay.
And 18 is a plan approved by the city engineer, which
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah, provided our second is also comfortable with that.
She's giving a thumbs up, so we will count that as comfortable. All right, thank you. Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I'll repeat a little bit of what I had to say at the last meeting, that I do find many good things about this project. I'm not in the least bit concerned that it doesn't have parking. I think the plan to offer lower rents and a large number of small units is just fine. It's what downtown needs. But I'm still not convinced that this isn't going to be a parking, delivery, loading disaster for not just the cycle track, but everything around there. I don't think they've responded appropriately to what we asked for in terms of placating our concerns about conditional use standards 3 and 5. I feel like they are kind of asking us just to hope for the best, and that's not good enough. I think that perhaps if they put an all-glass manager's office in adjacent to the parking spaces and the cycle track, not removed from it at all, and that it was staffed almost 24/7, I might feel better about it. But I think it's going to take a tremendous amount of active management, even inside and outside, and I've seen no indication that they're interested in doing that. And they've certainly had, as we've heard, years to address some of these concerns, and I don't know as if they're going to. So I'm not going to be supporting the motion because I don't think conditional use standards 3 and 5 are met.
Thanks, Commissioner Heck. Alder Verdier.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to weigh in, as I did at your last meeting where this agenda item was discussed, with some thoughts as the alder of the district. I concur wholeheartedly with the criticism of Commissioner Heck. I hate to say it, but I have to agree that the progression that we've seen in the last few weeks, to me, I still very much struggle with seeing standards 3 and 5 met in our zoning code for conditional uses. I attended the most recent Neighborhood Association Steering Committee a week ago with the applicants, and unfortunately, those of us that were in attendance, and it's not just those you heard from again tonight from the neighborhood, are all remain very skeptical, and we're disappointed that the representations in the management plan do not address all of the concerns that we have as neighbors. I want to make it clear, because I think there's been some confusion in the community, including in some media accounts, that the neighborhood is in no way, shape, or form opposed to increased density. In all the years I've had the honor of being in the position I'm in City Hall, I personally and my constituents have largely wholeheartedly supported any and all increased density downtown. And as I said last time I joined all of you, I personally have no concerns and have had heard very few concerns from my constituents about the lack of any parking spaces for the tenants of this building if it is approved and built. So I just wanted to get that clear again at the out front, that the issue is not the density per se or the lack of parking provided per se. The issue is all about how do we service the building. This is a case study in curb management in so many respects. As I shared with you last time, there is substantial evidence that we have significant issues with curb management and the functioning of the cycle track in the 100 block of West Wilson Street today, including 179 West Wilson Street, the neighboring Adria building, not to mention the proposal that's been approved by this body previously for 131 West Wilson Street, the former Pisons building. So we today, every day, still have blockage of the cycle track, even with the flat plastic flex posts that we have continued to add along the cycle track corridor at touch points. So I think that I know where the vote is going tonight clearly, and I just hope that again, if this proposal is built, that the applicants do everything they can to prove us wrong and allay our concerns about how their tenants will be serviced here, because I am very concerned how this will work. I appreciate that you as a commission have continuing jurisdiction over conditional use permits. And I have a feeling that we might have to lean on that continuing jurisdiction. But once the building is built, particularly the narrow service aisle and space there, including for the turning radius, I don't know what all the city can do to try to mitigate the adverse impacts, again, as it relates to the servicing of the vehicles. So I do appreciate the very thoughtful nature that the commission has approached this application in your previous meeting and again tonight. I just wish that the management plan had ended up more robust. I, of course, appreciate the fact that the first floor has been reconfigured at least slightly with the inclusion of the management office on the first floor. I hope that makes a significant difference. I though have to admit I do remain skeptical of that as well. So it's just the fact, the bottom line is that there is such a high concentration of pedestrians, bicyclists, and other vehicular traffic currently, and it's already such a challenging balancing act on this block. I just am so worried that this isn't going to work out. I'm especially worried that if the current applicants no longer retain ownership of the building, if it is approved and built, that future managers won't do the job that have been promised that will be done here by Mr. Alexander and Mr. Heese. I do think that they have good track records. Appreciate McBride Company's current management of this property and other properties in the neighborhood, but I worry that McBride won't necessarily be managing this property in the long term again if it's approved and built. And so for those reasons, if I had a vote tonight, I obviously do not, but if I had a vote tonight, I would certainly struggle with seeing that conditional use standards 3 and 5 are met, and would hope that the commission would find the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Alder Revere. Any further discussion on the motion, or are we ready to call the vote? I think a roll call vote's probably appropriate, Megan.
Yep. Okay. Alder Field.
Aye.
Alder Glenn.
No.
Alder Ugair.
Aye.
Commissioner Heck.
No.
Commissioner McCahill.
Aye.
Commissioner Sanders.
Aye.
Commissioner Solheim.
Aye.
Commissioner Wisniewski. I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote.
Aye.
Okay. All right. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ayes and 2 noes. The motion passes.
Thanks, Megan. Thanks, everybody, for the thoughtful work on this one. We will now move on in our agenda. We have items 11 through 14 are related and are going to be considered together as a public hearing. I think, Megan, should I read them or or do we want to do? Okay, I'm going to read all 4 of them, and then we'll proceed to our staff presentation. All right, so item 11 is Legistar 90470 relating to 450 West Gilman Street. This is consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a commercial building. Item 9, Legislar 90538 would create section 28.022-00733 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 450 West Gilman Street and 425 North Francis Street from UMX, Urban Mixed Use District, to DC, Downtown Core District in Alder District 2. Item 13 is Legistar 90381. This is again related to 425 North Francis Street and 450 West Gilman Street in Alder District 2. Consideration of a conditional use in the proposed Downtown Core District for a new building with greater than 6 stories, and consideration of a conditional use in the Downtown Core District for outdoor recreation to allow construction of a 16-story mixed-use building with 700 square feet of commercial space and 118 apartments. And then item 14 is Legistar 90393, approving the certified survey map of property owned by Bella Giardina, LLC, and Ridgeview Apartments, LLP, located at 425 North Francis Street and 450 West Gilman Street in Alder District 2. So we'll have one public hearing for these 4 items, and but first we will start with our staff report from Planner Parks. Welcome.
Yes, nice to still be here. Chair, members of the Plan Commission, the 4 items before you pertain to the redevelopment of 425 North Francis and 450 West Gilman Street, beginning with the demolition of 450 West Gilman Street, moving on to rezoning of both parcels from UMX to Downtown Core, urban mixed use to Downtown Core, conditional uses for a building with greater than 6 stories and accessory outdoor recreation, and to tie the whole thing together, a 1-lot certified survey map. The proposal calls for demolition of the 2 existing buildings to allow construction of a 16-story, 170-foot tall mixed-use building that will contain 700 square feet of first-floor commercial space along Gilman Street, and 118 multifamily dwelling units on the site. The residential lobby will be located on the Francis Street side of the building. The urban mixed-use zoning district has a 10-foot rear yard setback. The proposed building will not meet that setback. I haven't talked for hours, so now my mouth doesn't work. does not meet the UMX rear yard setback, so a rezoning to the downtown core district, which does not have a rear yard setback requirement, is requested. And then, as mentioned, the conditional uses for the height of the building and the accessory outdoor recreation conditional use, which is for a pool and deck that will be located on the 16th floor of the proposed building. The building is recommended for downtown mixed use by the comprehensive plan and is recommended for mixed use development in up to a 12-story building from the 2012 downtown plan. Staff believes that the rezoning to DC is consistent with those land use recommendations, and that similarly the conditional use standards can be met subject to the conditions of approval that are outlined in the staff report, including but not limited to the submittal of a management plan for approval by zoning, planning, and traffic engineering staff prior to issuance of permits for the new building. The demolition of 450 West Gilman Street will require Plan Commission approval. During its review of the demolition of the 6-unit, 3-story multifamily building, which was constructed in 1890, the Landmarks Commission gave the demolition a Category B finding, noting that the building has historic value, but that the building itself is not historically, architecturally, or culturally significant. In order for the Plan Commission to approve the demolition, it must find that the standards in section 28.185 parent C are met, parent 6 parent C are met. And in this case, staff believes that the construction of the proposed building and its 118 dwelling units can be found to outweigh the public interest in preserving the historic resource due to the significant increase in dwelling units proposed compared to the 6 existing in a scale and intensity that is consistent with the city's adopted plans. Lastly, the proposed development is adjacent to the landmark Grimm Bookbindery, which is located at 454 West Gilman Street, to the southwest of the proposed building. And the zoning code requires that whenever a new development is adjacent to a local landmark or landmark site, that the Landmarks Commission review and provide a recommendation to the Urban Design Commission and or Plan Commission as to whether the proposed development is so large or visually intrusive as to adversely affect the character and integrity of the adjoining landmark or landmark site. The Landmarks Commission reviewed the proposed development in its November 10th meeting and found that it was not so large as to adversely impact the Grimm Bookbindery due to the stepbacks and setbacks of the proposed building. However, it did note that the composition of the Gilman Street facade might be visually intrusive to the adjacent Grimm Bookbindery, and recommended adjustments to the architecture on the lower portions of the building to make it less visually intrusive. The project has also been reviewed by the Urban Design Commission at their November 19th meeting as part of its recommendation on the proposed greater than 6-story building. It proposed conditions that it feels will make the building less visually intrusive. Those conditions, as first recommended by Landmarks and now by the Urban Design Commission, are part of the conditions of approval that are recommended beginning on page 11 of the staff report. So in conclusion, staff believes that the various standards for approval can be met for the demolition, rezoning, conditional uses, and 1-lot certified survey map subject to the comments and conditions in the staff report. I'd be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. We have registrants for this item, so we will open the public hearing, and I will again remind folks that the time limit for speaking on during the public hearing is 3 minutes, unless we have a group that's pooled, and I can't remember, Megan, we do. Yeah, so we'll have a couple of speakers on the have asked to pool their time. So,
and we will start with that group. We'll start with Brian Munson, representing Villas Student Housing, and Robert Tate, I believe of the same, representing the applicant team, and have requested to pool their time for a total of 6 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for staying on the line here tonight. Again, Brian Munson with Vanderwall & Associates, here on behalf of Villas Student Housing Design Team. Tim did an excellent job of going through a lot of the statistics. So yes, if you could jump to page 2, I'll just talk a little bit about how we got here. As always, we started with our homework. We reviewed the adopted plans and really took to heart the existing and emerging context of the area and designed a building to meet the downtown core zoning standards, adopted plans, and landmark guidelines for this site. A couple key components to note, this property utilizes the downtown height ordinance to unlock an additional 4 floors of housing through the delivery of 34 beds of affordable student housing set at a 45% discount versus the market rate for the comparable bed within the building. And that land use restriction was actually in front of the Finance Committee this evening with a recommendation to approve forward to the council. I'd also note that this building is designed to be entirely below the 172-foot height requirement, along with the Capitol View preservation limit, with all HVAC and elevator overruns designed to be within the main proposed mass of the building rather than on top of what you see. So this was designed consciously to try to keep that height limit to mind and make sure that we're respecting those. So this project's been diligently moving through the process, has been made better through the numerous discussions with city staff, alders, neighborhood stakeholders, and commissions. And as Tim noted, the November 10th landmarks finding the project was not visually intrusive to the Grimm Book Bindery, and that the existing buildings did not have historic value in and of themselves. Coupled with the November 19th Urban Design Commission final approval recommendation, we really also would note that we appreciate the committee's inputs and will work with staff to resolve the garage door and pool deck configurations as part of the site plan review submittal. So tonight, in the interest of time, again, we're here requesting Plan Commission build on the staff recommendation for approval and grant approval for the conditional use permit and demolition request, and forward a recommendation of approval for the CSM and rezoning request to next week's Common Council. So with that, I will hand it over to Bobby Tate to talk through some of the design discussions.
Yes, thank you, Brian. Bobby Tate, Rohde Partners here. We are the architects on the project. And if you'll flip back to slide 2 for me very quickly, I would like to touch on just the site planning aspects and some of the design approaches we took specifically at the ground level here. So, being wedged in this kind of tightly knit site between Francis Street, Gilman Street, the Grimm Book Bindery, and the hub adjacent to us, we found that, we wanted the main building lobby building entrance to be located off of Francis Street. So there we've fronted as much of Francis Street as we could with that pedestrian-oriented function. And then knowing that we do have some back-of-house functions, but yet we wanted to, again, bring that same commercial, real pedestrian-friendly approach to Gilman Street. We've located a commercial retail space off of Gilman Street and tried to tuck as much of the back-of-house functions within the heart of the building, non-visual from the Gilman Street side, using that retail frontage as a liner to shield the parking, the trash, collection rooms, things of that nature, and really minimizing the back of house functions such as the drive entry and some ventilation that we have to have front of Gilman Street. So if you please advance to the next slide. As previously mentioned, one of the most important aspects of designing the building from a massing standpoint was really giving that relief and giving the space to the Grimm Bookbindery by stepping the building back away, locating the bulk of the height and the mass towards the hub where it felt a lot more appropriate, and then gradually stepping down both from the Grimm Bookbindery building, but also, adhering to the required street setbacks at Gilman Street and Francis Street. If you'll advance one more slide, please. So
about a minute and a half left, just so you know.
Okay. So, we wanted to create a really strong base of the building that ties into the context of both street frontages. Here you're looking at Francis Street, how, we're looking at alignments of cornices and articulation of the adjacent hub building. If you advance 2 more slides, please. Then going back to, I'll talk about this slide just in the interest of time. We had the strong base with the lighter top where we've located, a much more modern top to the building with some amenity spaces for the residences at the top of the building. And then if you'll go one more slide, please. Yes, this is the slide. So going back to the Gilman Street frontage, we've got the Grimm Bookbindery there to the left, showing how this slide specifically shows how we have made a conscious effort stepping up and away from the building, creating this space, very transparent, very light, tying that pedestrian level into the building. And as Brian mentioned, we've heard the comments and conditions from Historic Landmarks, and we're more than open to working with staff to make a more transparent garage entry that feels more like a storefront as well. If you advance. Okay.
Yep. Thanks, Robert. There may be time for questions. So.
Okay, I'll also note that Jonathan Lilly from Veerbecker, as part of the applicant team, is available to answer questions as well. Our next registrant is John Rolling. I think John is registered both neither support nor opposition and opposed, but wishing to speak to you this evening.
I'll make it clear.
Yep.
I'll make it clear that I registered as opposed simply in order to hold a place. I accept as given that the building at 450 West Gilman will be demolished, but I'm here to suggest a way to preserve the history of this building and its role in the development of our community. Landmarks Commission designated the building as having, quote, historic value related to the vernacular context of Madison's built environment as an intact building constructed circa 1890. Now, one definition of vernacular architecture reads, the architecture of the people, a practical, functional response to a specific environment. So what was the vernacular context or specific environment for the construction of the building at 450 West Gilman? The building was originally designed and used as the University Hotel in about 1890. The 1890s was a seminal period for the relationship between the UW and the surrounding community. This was an era when the University of Wisconsin became one of the leading U.S. state universities. Between 1887 and 1900, the UW student population surged from 500 to 2,000. In 1890, UW chemist Stephen Babcock developed the Babcock butterfat test, the standard for grading milk still used today. It was in 1893 that UW professor Frederick Jackson Turner enunciated his frontier thesis of American history, a concept still cited today. And it was in 1994 that the Board of Regents adopted the principle, the great University of Wisconsin shall ever encourage that continual and fearless sifting and winnowing by which alone the truth may be found. August and Dorothea Reuter and their son August Jr. migrated from Germany in 1865 to farm in the town of Blooming Grove. By 1880, August Jr. had moved to Madison, advancing from working as a laborer to operating a cafe on State Street. By 1890, the Madison City Directory for 1892 shows August Jr. as proprietor of the University Hotel at 450 West Gilman. Also living at the hotel were his widowed mother, his wife, and children. Over the next 20-some years, members of the Reuter family operated the hotel themselves or with hired staff. By 1917, however, the hotel had been converted to apartments. Renamed the Arlington, the building has been a campus area housing staple for over 100 years. Like most social history, the facts are simple, but the meaning is more complex. The story of the Reuter family and the University Hotel Arlington Apartments is a story of the intersection of town and gown in Madison's experience. I ask you to preserve a documentary record of this building. I propose the same condition that you adopted recently for City Water Well number 12. That is, quote, prior to issuance of permits to raise the existing building, the applicant shall submit documentation of existing conditions to meet historic survey standards. The documentation submitted shall be acceptable to the city's preservation planner. I believe it's a very modest request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With my apologies to Jeff Ranke, we'll hear from Jeff next of District 6, registered in opposition and wishing to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome, Jeff.
Oh, hi. Thank you very much. I should explain first of all why I was so pesty at 7:30 because I'm in the city library to watch this meeting and they close in 8 minutes. And the reason I'm in the library, I was trying to get your attention at 7:30 to see if we could move up to item 11, 12, 13, 14, and skip 9 so I could get time to talk. The reason I'm in the library is because I'm not a real techie guy, and the email I got from the Plan Commission is in black type, and I had to have a librarian help me put that into blue type so I could get to the meeting tonight. Is that clear?
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, but you are gonna run out of time, so maybe you want to get to your points on the project.
Right. So I only have 2 points. I have more than I can have time for, but I'll just try to give you 2 high points here. So on number 11, on page 3, it says the 2012 downtown plan keeps the area unique, vibrant, special, intimate character of the State Street District. Portobello and 450 West Gilman certainly do that. They're very much in alignment with the Grimm book bindery. I knew Bill Grimm, he was a friend of mine. And then on page 8, number 11 says, all autos leaving the site will be directed to the intersection of State at Gilman and North Broome Street, historically busy pedestrian crossing along State Street. It really is. I spent most of my life down either as a student at the UW or working on UW campus as staff down on State Street a zillion times. That intersection is wild for a lot of reasons. And I go on here that in the intent letter from Vander Wall and Associates Incorporated, it states there are 188 units in this building. Now, if you look closely, they list, that's the 5-minute warning. If you look, 188 units, break it down, they have the numbers on paper. 188 units breaks down to 441 residents, and they're all going to be trying to get out that intersection of State, Gilman, and Broome.
Jeff, we do need you to wrap up in about 30 seconds, please.
Okay, so I'll just wrap up one last second here, and then I'll be leaving. The applicant is Brad A. Koch, Fire Student Housing, located in Austin, Texas. That's his business address. He went to the university in Oklahoma. His address is in Oklahoma, and his area code for his cell phone is Oklahoma. This is another out-of-towner who's going to make lots of money. He has no idea what the local environment is. Please save the downtown. Please save. You should just, all State Street should be kind of like a historical district, but just save Portobello and 450 Gilman, and along with Bill Grimm bookstore, because that's so much a part of Madison, just historically. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for your patience tonight.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, I think our next speaker is Rebecca Anderson of of District 2 registered in opposition and wishing to speak.
Rebecca, we might need you to unmute yourself.
Rebecca, you're unmuted on our end. You may see a prompt or a pop-up window behind something asking you to unmute, or you may have a headset or a button that's keeping you muted right now on your device. But you are unmuted and allowed to speak on our end. You will have to unmute on your end.
Oh, there. That looks good, Rebecca.
Can you hear me, see me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
We can hear you. Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
your camera will be off, so we won't see you, but we can hear you clearly.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I am the owner of 454 West Gilman, the book bindery. I've been in this business since the early 70s, so I'm not a newbie by any means. And it's kind of ironical that I bought it from Randy Alexander. So my concern is for the building. The fact that you build this big high rise next to this little tiny building, and you saw the pictures, and they're saying it's unobtrusive. It is obtrusive. It does not fit with the historic flavor of the corner. I own 405 North Francis, also the Eleanor, which is on the other side of the courtyard. There will be no sunshine coming into that building. It was going to have mold. The weeds are going to grow. And now with just the Arlington there, these kids, they throw everything off their balconies and it lands on the roof of this property. So they're going to get more, anyway. And I agree with Alderman Tischler on his assessment of landmarks. Why have a landmark if you're not going to protect it so that it stays in good condition? People aren't going to want to even have a building designated as a landmark. Even with the tax benefits, they're not going to. The other thing is the construction next to that building. It's old. The construction is going to compromise the building itself. It's old. It's got one of those Lannistone basements, and it could destroy the building if with the pounding and the jackhammers and all of that.
Rebecca, about 30 seconds.
Okay, I just wanted to let you. I think that the Landmark Committee should have investigated the Portabella 425 North Francis. It has a history that is unbelievable. And I listened to that, and the hotel was not there. The hotel was the Arlington, not the Portabella. And Rose Troya ran a bakery out of there, and all the Troyas came from Greenbush. There is an amazing history connected with it. Sicilian heritage, and the rumor is that that was the Sicilian Italian mafia that was around Madison in the 30s.
Rebecca, thanks for coming out. We appreciate your comments.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. I believe that's all of our speakers wishing to comment this evening, so I'll read the rest of our registrants briefly. The following registrants are registered in opposition and not wishing to speak. Joseph Korb of District 2, Alexis Weinberg of District 2, James Rapich of District 2, Sophia Korb of District 2, Sarah Zeems of District 2, Emily Cross of District 13, and Dan Froelich, District Unknown. And I'm just skimming the list one more time to make sure. And then the following registrant is registered in support and not wishing to speak, Nicholas Davies of District 15. That's everyone, Chair.
All right, thank you. Are there questions for from the commission for any of our registrants tonight? Commissioner Heck, thanks.
Thanks. This is probably for Brian Munson. Brian, can you tell us about how the management of this building or the design of the building might prevent what has been a problem in other student high-rises, things going overboard?
Yes, the bottles on the rooftop discussion that seems to come up a lot.
Yes.
And it's a couple of things. One is on-site management on the building, keeping an eye on things and operations. The other is the design of the building. You have in this building really limited opportunities for exterior balconies. So I don't know, Tim, if you can pull back up the perspectives on page, I think page 4 would be the best one to show it. But, this was designed with a common open space located up on the 16th floor, which will be administered by and of course have oversight from the operations group or the management group for the property. But then what you don't see are a lot of other balconies. And that was an intentional design decision on this to have more of a common element. So page 3 of the packet really highlights that, in that this building design was intentional to do two things. One, as you heard earlier, step the building back in a way, bring the massing closer to the hub. But the second piece was to round off this edge, this end of the block to give kind of a front of the building all the way around. And there's not a lot of balconies. There's a few spots lower down where there's rooftops that have the opportunity. But really, the outdoor open space for this project is a communal outdoor open space up on the 16th floor, which the management will oversee while that portion of the building is open.
Okay, thanks. Just one more question. I'm not sure if you know about this, but how will the, let's say, foundation of the adjacent historic building be protected during both demolition and construction?
So that'll be something that'll be part of the earth retention system and monitoring and construction. That's typical of any urban site, regardless of the age of the next door buildings. As you're building a building, don't damage the buildings next door. And so there's numerous examples. The hub right next door butts right up against historic structures along State Street. But anywhere you look throughout this area, you are building next to an existing structure. And so that's something that whoever builds this will have to take to heart. It's also something that'll be looked at with the city engineering very closely as part of the building permit review and the site plan review submittal. So there'll be a lot of steps left after this approval moves forward where that will get finalized, but it's fairly common practice to have construction adjacent to buildings next door. So it's not something that's unique to this site.
And would your team, do you think, be amenable to helping the bookbindery document the current condition, particularly of their foundation, so there could be a before and after assessment?
That has been done in other buildings, so I'm sure that's something that they would consider, yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Those were my questions.
Thanks, Commissioner Heck. Other questions for registrants? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on this item and invite questions from the commission for staff. Commissioner Heck.
Thanks. Related to my last question, I'm just wondering if you have advice for perhaps a condition of approval that asks for an assessment of the foundation of the adjacent historic building, if there's precedent for that in conditions of approval, or is a handshake on that sufficient?
I would recommend that you not make it a condition of approval. This is a matter between private parties, and while I certainly appreciate the intent and would strongly encourage all of the nearby property owners to document their current conditions right before the start of construction, anything that might, be born of that study, the city does not want to be, dragged into because it is a matter between private properties. And so unfortunately, I would not encourage that condition.
Okay, thanks, Tim.
Other questions? If not, I would invite a motion on, this is my job. Let's start with item 11, which is the demolition permit. Would anyone like to make a motion on the demolition permit? Commissioner Solheim, thanks.
Thank you. I will move approval of the demolition permit for 450 West Gilman Street.
Thank you, Alder Glenn. Second, thank you. Any discussion, further explication on the motion? Seeing none, I think we're ready to call a vote. Is there objection to unanimous approval for the motion on the demolition permit? Seeing none, we will record that as approved. And next we'll go to item 12, Legistar 90538, which would change the zoning of the property from UMX district to DC district. Alderfield.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move that the Plan Commission forward this rezoning item to the Common Council with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Alder Glenn, you got in there on the second. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objection to unanimous approval on the rezoning? Thank you. That is approved. Next is item 13. This is the Legistar 90381, the conditional use for new building of greater than 6 stories in the DC district and with outdoor recreation. Alder Uguer.
I'll move that the commission finds that the standards for conditional use are met and approve allowing construction of a 16-story mixed-use building with 700 square feet of commercial space and 118 apartments and rooftop outdoor recreation at 425 North Francis Street and 450 West Gilman Street, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Thanks, Alder Uguer. Alder Glenn? Got a second? Good. Any further discussion, explication on the motion? Seeing none, is there objection to unanimous approval for item 13? That item is approved. And now we go to item 14, Legislar 90393, and that is the certified survey map of the subject property. Alder Glenn, thank you.
Move to approve.
Thanks, Alder Glenn. Alderfield, second, thank you. Any objection to unanimous approval for this item? Megan, thanks.
I just want to make a quick clarification that this would be recommend for council approval.
Recommendation for council approval. Yes, thanks. All right, any objection to unanimous approval for the recommendation to council on this certified survey map? All right, seeing none, item 14 is approved. We have one more project. This is items 15 through 17, and we'll do this consolidated as one public hearing. I'll read the three items. Item 15 is Legistar 90539. Creating section 28.022-00734 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 501 North Whitney Way from NMX, Neighborhood Mixed Use District, to TSS, Traditional Shopping Street District in Alder District 11. Item 16 is Legistar 90391. Again, related to 501 North Whitney Way in Alder District 11, consideration of a conditional use in the proposed Traditional Shopping Street TSS District and Transit-Oriented Development Overlay District for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 36 units, and consideration of a conditional use in the TSS District for a building taller than 4 stories and 60 feet in the TOD Overlay District, all to allow construction of a 5-story, 42-unit multifamily dwelling. And followed by item 17, which is Legistar 90394, approving a certified survey map of property owned by 8 and 8 Partnership located at 501 North Whitney Way in Alder District 11. So we will start with the staff presentation, and Tim, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair and members of the Plan Commission. Just briefly, items 15, 16, and 17 involve the redevelopment of a roughly half-acre parcel at the northeastern corner of North Whitney Way and Sheboygan Avenue, currently occupied by a 3-story, 15-unit multifamily dwelling, which will be demolished to make way for a 5-story, 42-unit multifamily dwelling. The site is currently occupied by that 15-unit building on the eastern half of the site and surface parking lot on the western half adjacent to Whitney Way. The applicant is requesting rezoning from neighborhood mixed use to traditional shopping street because the neighborhood mixed use zoning district does not allow multifamily dwellings with more than 36 dwelling units in them. So in order to be able to construct the 42 units proposed, rezoning is necessary. And then in addition to the conditional use for the number of units in the proposed building, there is also a request for conditional use approval for 1 additional story more than the height that would be allowed by right in the TSS district and transit-oriented development overlay. Staff has reviewed the rezoning request and feels that it will implement the community mixed use recommendations for the site in the West Area Plan, and generally believes that the standards for conditional use approval can be met, including Standard 11, which pertains to buildings that are proposing height that is greater than what is permitted in the underlying zoning. In this case, staff feels that the proposed height can be approved subject to conditions requiring that the height of the 5th floor be revisited to see if there's any slight reduction that can be gained there to bring the 5th floor into better proportion relative to the rest of the building. And then also staff believes that the height of the building is particularly significant along North Whitney Way and secondarily along the northern property line. And staff is proposing condition number 1 on page 8, that the applicant work with planning staff to study other facade treatments along those northern and western facades that would soften their appearance and reduce what we feel is a certain massiveness of the proposed building, so that we feel that the conditional use for the height can be met with those two conditions, and are recommending approval of the entire project subject to the conditions for the conditional uses beginning on page 8 of the staff report, and for the certified survey map to combine the property into one lot for the new building that are on page 14 of the staff report. And I'll be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Megan, will you lead us through the registrants for this item?
Yes, Chair. Our first registrant on this item will be Kevin Burrow, representing Kanothi and Bruce Architects, representing the applicant team.
Kevin, welcome.
Good evening. This is Kevin Burrow. Tim, if you could pull up our presentation slides, please. I do want to thank everyone for your extended time this evening. It is getting rather late, and I appreciate your dedication on this commission very much so. Unfortunately, I do not have a 16-story building to present to you, so we're going to break the theme a little bit, but just simply a 5-story building located at the intersection of Whitney Way and Sheboygan Avenue. If you go to the next slide, please. You can see our site locator map here where we've highlighted the site in the center there. It is on a prominent street corner here, and we have chosen to remove this existing building to provide better density at this location and build a building right up against the street to help anchor that corner. If you go to the next slide, you can see in the site layout where they're proposing this, locating the building directly on the corner. Our main entry would be off of Sheboygan Avenue to the south, but all vehicular entrance would be combined to one driveway off of Whitney Way on the northern side of the site. And if you're familiar with this property, there's quite a bit of topography on this site. So we actually have exposure on 2 different floor levels that we can achieve on the northern side to provide access to 2 levels of totally enclosed parking. So there will not be any surface parking on this property, but simply enclosed parking for all residents. If you go to the next slide, please. You can see the floor plan layouts starting in the upper left-hand corner. It's our lowest level of parking, which has direct at-grade access. Then adjacent to that is the first floor level, which has additional first floor parking, again, at-grade access. And then we have units above the lower level parking. And then the building does transition into an L-shaped building. We have a roof plaza available at the second floor level, and then a mixture of studios, 1 to 2 bedrooms scattered out throughout the entire building. And as you might notice on the 5th floor, the building does step inward on all exposed sides to reduce the overall mass and scale along the street. And then we're utilizing the 5th floor level for the roof of the 5th floor for green roof elements as well. If you go to the next slide, please. We have a number of perspective views. And in regards to the comments that Tim just shared with you in regards to the staff report, we will happily work with staff to work on the design of this space. We have a strong masonry base element, which helps anchor it to the site. But in looking at this perspective view, we can appreciate the sentiment that perhaps a softer consideration could be made for that exposed first floor level above the lowest level of parking to really provide more scale and character to this exposure here. But you can see both garage door entries, one at the lowest level and then ramping up the site at the first floor level as well. And above that is that outdoor plaza area. Next slide, please.
We have about 30 seconds left.
Sure. We just have a series of exterior renderings here. You can see the images here on this screen is the secondary entrance for residents along Whitney Way. If you go to the next slide, you can see the main entry here coming off of Sheboygan Avenue right in the center of the image. Next slide, please. And then the main facade facing along Sheboygan, where we also have a secondary entrance into the stair well for all residents. And as I mentioned earlier, the building does step back, and we also consider reproportions of the top parapet on the 5th floor to better bring that into scale and proportion.
Thanks, Kevin. Stick around in case there's questions.
Will do. Thank you.
I'll note that we also have Sarah Church representing Veerbecker as part of the applicant team and Adam Coyle representing the property ownership. Both are here available to answer questions if there are any. Our next speaker is Toby Bethauser of District 11, registered neither support nor opposition, but wishing to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
You can, welcome.
All right, great, thanks. Yeah, I'm Toby. I live right across the street from the
proposed development. I would say we're not opposed at all to having an apartment. We bought our house with an adjacent 4-story apartment, so we're quite used to having many neighbors, and they're happy to have many neighbors. My chief concerns for it are just somewhat aesthetic, but also functional. If I understand correctly, there's not really anything pertaining to like lighting, and our bedrooms do back up to what would be the front of this property along Whitney Way. So if it's possible to have some kind of condition, or if the developers are willing to, not have a bunch of really bright lighting facing our bedrooms, we would appreciate it. And I think my only other real concern is just a lot of the apartments along that Sheboygan area I'm a professor at UW-Madison, but I'm speaking on my own behalf today. A lot of the students that we deal with at the Med campus do have housing along there, and primarily because the rents are more affordable there. I do have some concerns that if these existing apartments are going to continue to get redeveloped, that it's going to not exactly help in terms of affordable housing. The current rents at that property are a bit affordable yet, although still getting somewhat expensive in my opinion. And for example, across the road, the Whitney Reserve is about $500 to $600 more a month for similar properties. So, yeah, and I also just want to say that I appreciate the staff comments regarding the facade as well, and I would support those proposed amendments. And that's it.
Thanks, Toby. Thank you for coming out.
Okay, our next speaker is Kelly Carranza of District 11, registered in opposition and wishing to speak.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay. Our last registrant then is Nicholas Davies of District 15, registered in support and not wishing to speak.
Great. Thanks, Megan. Are there questions from the commission for any of the registrants? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing at this time.
Chair, I'm sorry, Commissioner Heck has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks. I spoke too soon. Go ahead.
I was late in getting my hand up too, so apologies. I guess I would just ask Kevin what he can tell us about the lighting that on the facade or the grounds that might impact the neighbors across Whitney Way.
Sure, happy to answer that question. We will not have any amount of substantial exterior lighting. We will have to provide down lights over the egress doors and any entry doors for safety reasons only, but it is not our intent to have any glaring lights. And we will be following Madison's dark sky ordinance as well, so any fixtures have to be downcast and not outward facing luminaries as well. So we will comply with those ordinances.
Great, thank you. That was my question.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks, Kevin. All right, we will close the public hearing. It's getting late, and I don't remember if I said we opened the public hearing, but we had a public hearing, and we're now going to close it, and we'll see if the commission have questions for staff on this project. All right. Seeing none, would anyone like to? Well, we'll start with the rezoning of this site from NMX to TSS district, Traditional Shopping Street District, and Alder Ugair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move that the Plan Commission Forward Zoning Map Amendment ID 28.022-00734, rezoning 501 North Whitney Way from NMX to TSS to the Common Council with a recommendation of approval.
Thanks, Alder Glenn. Thanks for that second. Any further discussion on this motion on the rezoning? Seeing none, is there any objection to unanimous approval for this item? That item is approved. Now we'll go to item 16, Legistar 90391. This is the conditional use application for multifamily dwelling with greater than 36 units and a building taller than 4 stories and 60 feet in the TOD overlay district to allow 5-story, 42-unit multifamily dwelling. Alder Yeager.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move that the Plan Commission finds that the standards for conditional uses are met to approve a 5-story, 42-unit multifamily building subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Thanks, Alder Yeager. Alder Glenn, thanks for the second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to unanimous approval for the conditional use? All right, that item is approved. And then last but not least, this would be Legistar 90394, a recommendation to approve a certified survey map of this subject property. Alder Glenn?
Quick question before I say approval. Is this to send to council for approval? I approve that.
All right, so recommendation for council to approve. Thank you. Is there Alder Yeager? We'll take the second on that. Thank you. Any discussion? And seeing none, any objection to unanimous approval for the certified survey map? That item is also approved. So thank you. This is a big agenda, so thanks for hanging in there. Are there any member announcements, communications, or business items that folks would like to share? Seeing none, we'll give Megan the floor for Secretary's report.
All right, thank you. I wanted to just share a few updates in terms of the list of upcoming matters for the December 15th meeting. I think many of you know that we began sharing draft recommendations for the Southeast and Southwest area plans back in October, and those have been available for public review since. The teams will be coming to your meeting on December 15th to share those draft recommendations with you and to discuss them with you as a commission. I don't think that was on previous lists of upcoming matters for you. I also wanted to note that several of the projects that are listed here are actually going to be referred to a future meeting. So specifically the projects at 33 West Johnson, 411 to 433 West Gilman, 5015 Sheboygan Avenue, and 3205 Stevens Street. Those are all still working their way through prior BCC reviews and assembling materials that are needed for them to be ready for the commission. So those will not be on your agenda on December 15th. I want to make sure everybody saw that they received an email from our office last week with our special meeting dates for 2026. So those include March 31st, June 11th, and September 29th. If you have any major conflicts with any of those dates, please let us know and we can work on finding some alternates. But so far, it seems like those have worked for the majority of people we've heard from. And just a reminder as well, if you have not already done it, you should have received an email from the city asking you to complete your required financial disclosure as part of your service as a plan commissioner. So please make sure to fill that out and submit that for this year. That's all I have for this evening, Chair.
Thanks, Megan. Any questions from the commission for Megan? All right, seeing none, I'd ask for a motion and a second to adjourn. Thanks, Alderfield. Nicole, thanks, Commissioner Solheim. You got it in there. Any objection to unanimous approval on our motion to adjourn? Seeing none, we'll see you in a couple weeks. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. Stand adjourned.
Thank you. Have a good night.